Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Today is Friday, March 13th, and you're very lucky today on Friday the 13th because you are at the Governing Board workshop meeting for the month of April. I'm Christine Novello. I'm the president of the RCSCW Governing Board, and I welcome you here today. Please, if you can, rise, but join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, thank you and good morning. Thanks for joining us. All of our governing board directors are here present today, so we certainly have quorum. Thank you, directors. I'll start today by reading our meeting procedures, which we read at every meeting of the governing board or our committees. The governing board and its committees conduct all their meetings in compliance with Arizona Planned Community Association open meeting laws per ARS 33-1804 and in concert with RCSCW bylaws, policies, and standing rules. Parliamentary procedures as outlined in the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order will also be followed in all meetings as appropriate, consistent with Bylaw 3.07, Procedures for Owner Member Meetings, and Standing Rules number 2 and number 3. So procedures out of the way. Let's move forward. We have a very packed agenda today. Let's look first to our meeting minutes from our February 13th workshop. Directors, are there any objections, any corrections? Excellent. So seeing none, we have consensus and we'll admit those, we'll file those as approved. We'll move into new business today. I'm going to go a little bit out of order because we do have a guest today. So in interest of his time, we're going to first cover our pool deck renovation question. And I welcome to the microphone our manager, Herschel Workman.
Good morning, everyone. So this particular topic, this was asked of me when I first got here in November to investigate this item, and Russ and Carl and I have gone over several options, and today I'm going to present to you some short-term solutions for your pool decks, as well as some potential long-term solutions. So just a little background, your project at R.H. Johnson Pool Deck was completed in August of 2023 at a cost of $225,000. So the current issues are the failure of the decking, most notable at the coping areas. And as you can see, this is the coping, and I'm sure most of you have been out there. It's actually been applied thinly at the coping, but it's also wearing away. One of the things that I found out during the investigation is that this product that was installed was a recycled rubber product, and it's very susceptible to UV sunlight, and it's also susceptible to chemicals that are in pool water. So that's why it's failing near the coping areas. And if you look at your pools at Kuntz and Palm Ridge, especially the indoor areas, those are actually holding up much better. Why? Because we don't have any sunlight at those locations. And we're beginning to fail at other areas too. Here's near one of the drains over at R.H. Johnson. So, as I said, the product applied was a recycled rubber product. I'll get more into that a little bit later on. Not applicable for an outdoor pool deck. UV degradation is occurring. Additional areas where water is most present are failing faster. And the quality of installation was consistent. It wasn't applied at the same thickness throughout the pool. So the solutions that we looked at both long-term and short-term fixes. So going in the short-term fix, I believe most of you remember the Schluter that we proposed installing. Now that would go all the way to the coping edge, and then we would paint the coping. But this is primarily a real Band-Aid fix. It's not anything. It was to get us through this period of time until we came up with a long-term fix. Also, what you probably haven't seen is the installation of a life floor at the pool edge, and that's this product here, which I'll pass around. And this was a product that Sabrina came up on at a seminar she attended. This product is rubberized. It comes in 3/16 sheets, 2x2 squares. It also comes in 3/8 inch sheets. This is a 3/16 sheet applied over the coping. So the Schluter cost is approximately $40,000. The life floor cost is between $80,000 to $100,000, depending on the thickness that we want to put that in at the coping. Both options require reinstallation of the rubberized coating to make a smooth transition from the deck edge to the rest of the decking. And what I mean by that is the life floor will come back on the blue area that's currently there within 6 to 8 inches of the bottom yellow line. We have to then install the rubberized decking to make that transition because the rubberized decking is not at a uniform thickness throughout. So to make that transition to whether it's 3/16 or 3/8, we have to install another layer of rubberized decking to make that transition. So another short-term solution was replace the current blue portion of the deck with an EPDM rubber decking. And I'll get into that a little bit later. That product is this product right here. Now, as you look at that product, I want you to try to tear it. This was what was installed at your current pool decks. This was a sample that was in my office. As you can see, where they put this backing, you can't do anything with it. But when I remove the backing, I can tear this product right off. So you can compare that to what I'm passing around now, the EPDM rubberized decking. And where did I go here? So we looked at long-term solutions as well, and that would be installing the life floor over the whole deck. That comes at a cost of $1 million. They have a 5-year material warranty and a 1-year installation warranty. Right now, I didn't investigate this product any more than that, so I don't know what the durability is in terms of longevity. Even though if you get a 5-year warranty, it's going to last 15 years, 20 years. Life, I don't know. I kind of felt it was a little cost prohibitive to kind of go down this path. So the other option that I looked at was a cool deck or an acrylic coating. This comes at an initial cost of $275,000, and it can be installed in stamp patterns. Requires yearly coatings to maintain a fresh look at a cost of $75,000 per year. You're also going to have some downtime on your pool deck every year whenever you do this. The other product I looked at was the EPDM rubberized deck. It comes at a cost of $375,000, which also includes a $55,000 tear off of what's on there right now. It comes with a rolling 5-year warranty at a cost of $65,000 every 5 years to clean and perform a luster finish on the deck. So at this time, the company that gave me the quotes for EPDM rubberized decking and the cool deck, I'm going to invite them up here to talk a little about both of those products, the warranties, the installation, everything like that. So I have James and Ryan here from Cardinal Concrete Coatings, and they'll talk about their products.
Just a real quick clarification before we, and thank you, welcome you gentlemen. When we're looking at all these costs, Herschel, is this the cost for all of our pools or is this just Johnson?
This is just RH Johnson.
All right, so so one of the things that we did, just so that you're aware, this, so that we're aware as well, this is one of the pools. We're looking for a solution for all of our pools to, as you know, so when we're looking at the cost, this is just really a component anyway. Sure. So, I'm sorry, I missed which is which. So,
I'm James, this is Ryan Davis, James Raines.
And James, we have a microphone that's recording and broadcasting, so just watch for the microphone. We can hear you from here, but our residents won't.
Sure, absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Hi, guys. Any questions? So let me kind of explain what this product is doing. Have you guys ever been on? How many of y'all been on cruise ships? You see the rubberized coating on cruise ships, beautiful. It's been out in the sun all day, but you can still walk on it. So this is the same product that they're using on cruise ships. They're using in Dubai, some of the most harshest environments on this planet, are getting our EPDM rubberized granules. These type of products are built for longevity, okay, especially in these areas. So once we come back and install this, which we'll install it at a 3/8 inch as you guys are seeing, you pass that around. That's going to go from the bottom lip of that pool edge underneath where they come up and put their finger to get out of, all the way up around, up all the way to the drains. And so you'll never have standing water. These type of products are also designed for safety on slippage too. So you're not going to be slipping on any of these rubber granule products. And if you do happen to slip and fall, you're not going to, face the everlasting degradation of cement, okay, or a acrylic deck system. So our 5-year warranty, every 5 years we come out and inspect it. We can do what they call sanitation wash and a luster coat, and that's going to extend. It's going to rejuvenate those granules. You'll never have that issue, or you'll never have those issues that you're having with these products, because this is an integrated virgin rubber. It doesn't retain heat as well, so you'll be comfortable in the summer when you're out there on those blistering hot days. To the touch of your feet, it's not going to be hot at all. I mean, compared to what the stone and what acrylics are. So that comes with a 5-year warranty, and it gets rolled every 5 years. We come out and do that sanitation and that luster coat and extends it. Now our acrylic product, these are a 2-year warranty. We recommend every year, especially on commercials where you have hundreds and thousands of feet going across it, to have it resealed every year. Okay, on residential, we recommend every 3 years. And you will never have the trepidation of dust and costly removals with their EPMD product. Once this stuff is down, it's going to take about 25,000 pounds of pressure per square inch to get this stuff off. You can drive forklifts on this. You can torture it with lawn chairs and whatnot. You're not going to have the breaking down that you have of the rubberized granules that you have out there, because they're not absorbing all that UVA and UVB rays that continually break down and warp those type of products and discolor them. The oils from the bodies as well, when you're on a reused recycled tire, well, actually it's a petroleum product, so it's going to absorb those oils and kick out those dyes, which are toxic to humans. So you don't want to be walking with your feet. So
Also, if I could add,
yeah, sure.
Thank you guys so much.
Ryan?
Appreciate you guys letting us be here. I'm sure this is not the funnest topic to talk about. It's expensive, and you want it there, but it doesn't seem like something that we want to spend money on. This is a common thing with this type of solution. I wanted to ask, just for kind of a room kind of gauge here, who has a coating on their garage pool deck? Who's gotten something like this done at their house pool deck? You've done that. So you guys, most of us have probably seen something like this: the cool decking. Some rubber you see at the parks really often right now. There hasn't really been a solution with rubber that's going to last a long time, going to be like that product for the industry. There was another one that was growing, is called Rubber Stone, but their rubber is it's recycled, I hear. Also, they had a really big private equity push to nationally grow franchise and dealers, and they had a lot of issues with their production and their installs, and so. Even nationally, like we're fixing a lot of those jobs. And RevaFlex, who we actually manufacture the product now, is the only superior product to Rubber Stone, and we're installing that everywhere. There's a Hilton job that we just landed. We have a couple in Florida, but we just landed one here in Arizona. It's about $1 million project, and it's 2 big pool decks. It's 65,000 square feet. Hilton
Tapatio in Scottsdale.
Right around here. I believe we just started the install for that one. I believe for one of the pools.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's phase 1.
So certainly, if you guys decide to make this investment, the Hilton would be a great option to go look at. It's a resort, same exact project area, so it'd be a great solution to go look at.
It's not done yet.
No, it's not. No. But what's that now? So that job is 65,000 square feet. I want to say, yeah, it's about a month. Now we're starting with their adult pool, which is about, I think it's like 5. Yeah, it's like 4,000 square feet, and I think that was like 4 days. We're part of a national company. So Cardinal Concrete Coating, just so you guys know, my dad and my parents started the company back in 2020. And we just got acquired by a private equity company a few months ago. The guy who owns the private equity company is a friend of mine. I've known him for about 8 years. He's been in the concrete coating space for a long time. They're like the #1 concrete coating company nationally. They're huge. 1,500 employees. There's like 20 different brands. It's pretty incredible. And so although we are a small mom and pop, 15 employees, just got acquired, and so we're part of this big operation. They manufacture the product. All of our guys we got trained. So for this Hilton project, we have about 20 guys coming from Freeport, Illinois, to come knock it out. So we could gather 100 guys if we wanted to. There's about 1,500 technicians nationally. So if we wanted to bring them out here, we could. I'll pause there just for some questions. I know I went over a lot. I can talk fast too. So if there's any questions before I go to the next thing, I'm more than happy to answer those.
I'd like to know a little bit more about your experience with high volume outdoor installations akin to what we have here. High volume being hundreds of people walking on it, etc.
It's a great question. So this product specifically wouldn't necessarily, you would think wouldn't necessarily hold up to tires and forklifts and that type of activity. It actually can. And actually, this product, you can actually take a forklift and just go in circles with that thing and won't even lift up the product. And so the product, it's very, very durable. It's antimicrobial, antibacterial, super easy to clean, very, very, very durable. Our other products, Cool Decking, and then we have a flake product that you see primarily in garages, like the flakes, the 1/4-inch flakes. That product, those both are extremely durable. I think, the polyspartic on the flake floor that we would not do here can hold up literally anything besides brake acid. So oil, all that type of stuff. It literally just bubble on top because it's non-porous. So it just bubble there on top.
Directors, questions yet before we move on? Alan? Director Schlemmer?
Alan's fine. EPDM, the rubberized decking. How is that actually adhered to the concrete layer underneath? And what issues, if any, have you had with it buckling or peeling or separating?
We use an alpheric resin.
So this is going to be kind of challenging. James, go ahead.
Could we get you to speak into a microphone? I'm so sorry. Can we get you to speak into a microphone there?
We use an alpheric base, resin base that goes down first after we clean the area, okay? And then in our in vats, we're going to be mixing these rubber granules with a 2-part resin until it gets to like a kinetic sand. As that base coat is kind of soaking in and bonding with the concrete, this EPMD granules get the consistency of, like I said, a kinetic sand. Then they'll pour it on there to a 3/8 inch thick. On the lip edges, they'll be hand installing that entire 660-foot face of that pool. Once those two binders connect, it gets a chemical reaction. It's going to create a suction, like a bonding that's going to take over 25,000 pounds of pressure per square inch to just get off. So once this stuff is on there, it's on there. It was originally designed to hold together pads up in Alberta. During the spring, the oil companies would come in and pour this fresh concrete. By the middle of the winter, they would shatter. So this product was actually designed to hold concrete together long term.
Could we pull up the uplift to failure video with the forklift?
There you go.
Also, I wanted to add, this is important for this step for everyone to know, whether you guys do business with us or anybody, is the importance of the prep. So part of the reason why you'll see really the number one reason why a coating fails is improper preparation. Just like if you're doing anything with wood, the prepping, painting, everything, it's all in the prep. So we will actually come out and we grind the floor with these floor grinders. They're very expensive. They're very durable. They're very heavy. And we actually grind the concrete and take off a thin layer off top of the concrete. And so it opens the pores of the concrete. So when going with our product, it's not just sitting on top like most of the products. It's actually bonded and adhered. So it's one with the concrete. So it'll literally never come up off the concrete. So.
And you can see in this video that forklift came up under the rubber, was uplifting, I think it was like 5,500 pounds of lift before it failed. Mm-hmm. So it's a durable product. It's a durable product. Now let's show the other video.
If I could ask as well, the audience here, Who's everyone here? So you guys live here, you guys are just here? And you guys are board members?
The 9 of us here are the decision makers with the
Okay.
governing board, right?
Okay.
The board of directors of a corporation.
Okay,
for lack
but,
of
so you
better
guys are all
words.
gonna experience the
Everybody else,
floors, okay?
many of there are some folks who are here from staff, but everybody here is open.
So this video is showing,
Turn the wheel back.
when I go out on the current RH Johnson pool deck and rub my foot across the deck, these granules come up. This guy's turning the wheel here and you're seeing nothing happen to this deck. So it kind of answers the question of a high traffic area.
How about one of the failure points, I believe, and I'm far from the expert, you are, but the our coping is curved, right, in several spots. What, Herschel, have you seen, or while you're investigating this, is this a product that's going to still apply well on those curved surfaces?
Well, these gentlemen can answer that question better. I think, as I showed you, the reason I believe that it's failed there, they didn't put it thick enough, one. The recycled rubber product degrades in the sunlight, and the water issue, the chemicals in the water. So those three factors combined are why you're seeing the failure there. And these guys are talking about putting it at a 3/8 inch coating there, and it's a completely different product that won't degrade in the sunlight and is not susceptible to the pool water.
Yeah, and also just to add on there, so this product, it's hard to tell with the iPad, but it's trout on. So it's actually trout. So when you mix it together, it's kind of like kinetic sand a little bit. Imagine if you're messing with kinetic sand, that's kind of this on a larger scale. And so all the coping, like around the pool, if there's coping, I'm not sure if there's a border, but anything they can actually like almost like an artist, and they can really maneuver the product and build things up. There's some pictures where back in the Midwest, there's a lot of salt and pitting, from the snow and things like that. And so there's a lot of those big areas where they're reconstructing the floor. Here in Arizona, we're just fixing cracks most of the time. They actually a lot of times will repair concrete so that let's say there's a hole that's supposed to drain water and it's breaking up because of the salt. They'll actually rebuild that towards an actual circle again with the product. So you can really do a lot of different things with it to make the finished product look how it wants to look.
So if you don't mind, I can wrap up this presentation shortly, and then we can leave it open for questions for me or these guys.
We'll have
as
lots
well.
of questions, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said, we looked at this rubber decking. The cost to go down is $375,000, which includes $55,000 for the tear off there. You get a rolling 5-year warranty. Speaking with James, he said this product will last 20 years. They'll come in every 5 years, renew your warranty for another 5 years. That's something that we're doing with our roofs here as well in the development. The other thing I wanted to mention, this company is local. The one that put down the original decking that's out there, they came from Texas. It was hard to get them back to do anything, and that's my understanding of this situation. So this is just a little chart I put together of the EPDM versus the recycled rubber. As you can see, it's for outdoor pool decks and splash pads, whereas the recycled rubber is indoor gyms and a base cushioning layer for parks and that kind of thing. UV resistance, excellent versus poor. Chemical resistance, high versus moderate. Temperature, it's a cooler product. In comparing the EPDM rubber to the acrylic coating, which was another one that they put down, you have a better slip coefficient with the rubber than you do with the acrylic. So in other words, the potential for slips for our demographic would be much higher with the acrylic coating. Lifespan up to 15 plus years. And I think we all know what the lifespan of the recycled rubber product is that we have out there. So in summary, I came up with 3 short-term solutions: the Schluter fix, the LifeFloor fix, or the EPDM rubberized deck fix. What I'm saying is you could put that on just the coping now to see how that product responds over the next couple of years before you decide to make a big long-term push for anything else. The LifeFloor has a cost of $1 million. The Cool Deck has a $275,000 initial cost with a recurring $75,000 a year cost. Your total 10-year cost is slightly over $1 million. Your EPDM rubberized deck, a higher initial cost at $375,000, but a 10-year cost of only $505,000 after you've done your warranty work for the first 2 5-year terms. So my recommendation is either to go with the EPDM rubberized material at a $60,000 cost, see how that performs over the next couple of years, or you just go right now to redoing the entire deck with EPDM rubberized material at $375,000. So open it up to questions and comments for me, James, or Ryan.
I'm going to look to my fellow directors first. I have a bunch, but I'll reserve. Director Chapman?
Just a simple question. This is 3/8 of an inch thick. When you get to all the drains that are all over the decking, you raise those drains up so they're level with the,
Well, we have two options that we can do.
Hop in here, James.
We have two options that we can do in that area. We can actually go over the drain with this product, and it will allow the water to seep through and drain naturally, okay? Or we can bevel the edges down like that at the drain. That way there's a little indentation right there, so it transitions really nice. So because it's hand laid, we can actually do that with our trowels. Does that answer your question?
well, kind of, but I think the difference, even if it's beveled, it would create a trip hazard for all us old folks here.
Right, that's why I said you have the option.
Well, so I'll add, at the Hilton project, we're doing both. The general manager, we just walked it 2 weeks ago, and there's different areas. They're having us do different things. At the Hilton resort, there's an adult pool, and so we're doing different things there. And then there's a much bigger pool. We're doing different things there. But some of the areas, like you said, we can put the product, and the water can go right through if we wanted to, so it can drain through there. But there's an area where there's a lot of heavy foot traffic leading up to like a little bar area, and we're creating like a grade, if you will, with the product.
Others? Director Piaskowski?
I'm not positive, but I think our cement underneath is not always flat. There could be, so do you fix, I mean, I know you said you grind the cement, so do you make it all level at one point, or?
Will be leveled. They'll just put more of those granules. They'll put that base
Okay.
down there and they'll fill them and then they'll lay right over it. So yeah, we'll make sure that it's nice and level. They also, at the finishing of this, once they lay it down, hand trowel it, they have about a 3-foot hot, heavy roller, like a steam roller that goes over the top that gives it that nice melt and even finish. So it gets a large compression area with these what we call rollers, hot rollers.
Okay.
And just to add, the product at some level is self-leveling. So if you rolled it out through here, it'll eventually self-level itself out in the area.
The other thing is, all of our residents come off of a blacktop parking lot. And so we do get some foot traffic patterns. How hard would that be to clean? I know you guys are gonna come out every 5 years, but we need to make sure our maintenance guys can clean
Say
that,
we
or
just
how
use
that
a simple green or a simple degreaser in a solution with a power washer, and they just power wash that with a 40-degree tip. Yeah.
Okay.
I have it in my backyard, the pool deck and the patio. And like once a week, I might go out and spray it with a water hose. You know, I have a water hose. It's kind of a nice water hose, I guess. You know, and you know, there's some bird poop that comes on there sometimes. It's really easy to clean up. The dogs, they don't go to the restroom there, but sometimes there's pee there sometimes, and that's really easy. If something just stinks, it comes right up. So.
My next question is, so how often can our maintenance guys power wash that? I mean, because the month of March is crazy with grandkids and everybody else, right?
Regular maintenance, just like they would cleaning off a regular pool deck.
They could do it every day if they wanted to. They could do it 24/7 if they wanted to. The key is the tip of that wand to make sure
40-degree tip on.
Yeah, and we do have post project kind of like a material for you guys on how to maintain the floor, things like that with those
So
details.
You'll train our,
100%. Yep. Yeah, in situations like this, typically there's a team that's managed by a general manager or project manager that will work directly with.
okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, we'll go with Director Becknell first and then to Director Slim.
Is there someplace local that I can see this product that has been installed for maybe a year or more?
We can definitely get you that. Get you some floors to go check out. 100%. Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Director Schlemmer?
Thank you. I want to talk specifically about the lap pool. So if you've looked at the R.H. Johnson facility, we have a 25-meter lap pool, and then we have the resort pool. And the reason I want to talk specifically about the lap pool, and I'm a swimmer, I'm in that pool every day just about, is that wall gets a lot of wear and tear, not so much from the real serious swimmers who do the flip turns, but we have a lot of folks who swim to the wall, grab the wall, push off the wall, nonstop, constant. And my curiosity is, have you used this product in a competitive lap pool environment? And if so, what issues, if any, are you seeing if you're doing it around that coping with exactly what I'm talking about, the constant abuse that they're getting? Abuse is the wrong word, wear and tear that they're getting from swimmers who grab the wall or hang on the wall or whatever the case may
Depends
be.
on if they're a good swimmer or not. Because if they're if they're a bad swimmer, then it's abuse, right? But
Could you,
that's not gonna
I'm
breed-
sorry to just keep harping on this. Could you just come to the microphone so our home viewers can hear you?
Sure.
This product was designed to for the extremest of environments and applications.
Okay.
So somebody grabbing onto it, I have a Bully XL at home. And when I went for the training on this, I thought I was going to, because I've removed a lot of the product that you have out there before and went over it with new stuff. So I said, I have a Bully XL. Is he going to be able to, chew through this stuff? And he said, give him a puck. Let him have at it. We still have the buckets and pieces, but it took him a minute to go through it, So I have no doubt in my mind that the wear and tear from a human is not going to do anything after you see what the tests were with those, that's 5,500 pounds in one area.
Yep.
Our grip force is maybe 130 pounds of pressure per square inch. So we're not going to get anywhere near that to damage this type of product. This is a long-term solution to products that fail, bar none. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And just to add on to that is the type of interaction that hand, that foot will be having with the product won't be an issue at all. I don't believe we've installed in a lap pool or around a lap pool. However, we've done a lot of floors nationally, and I can double check on that. I will double check on that after this meeting. I'll call and see if we've done any lap pools, get some pictures. I'll double check on that for you. I will say, in my pool deck, there's this one chair, like these really heavy wooden chairs. I forget what they're called. The ones that you lay back on pretty deep. They're wooden, really heavy. I was just moving it the other night all over my pool deck, and I thought I was like, I wonder if this is gonna I really thought I was like, I wonder if it's gonna hold up. And I was in my head, and sure enough, I was moving around everywhere, super heavy wood, getting caught, and it would. I don't think it would do anything for years if I just did that straight. So, but specifically with that interaction, I'm not sure. I'll have to double check. Yeah.
Thank you.
Director Forsey, I think you had a question?
You mentioned that it's not hot. We were told that the current decking that we have would not be hot either, but it is a little toasty.
So again,
How does
we're
it
talking about
compare?
two different materials. One is a recycled tires, and everybody understands that tires get hot in the sun. This is a virgin synthetic rubber, so it doesn't retain heat. So your ambient temperature is not going to be extreme like the absorption of the UVA and UV heat. So on the hottest days, you're going to be right around what it is outside temperature. So your feet are going to be around, it's hot. We're in the desert, but it's manageable hot. It's not, it's not a rubber that's going to absorb that heat and then extinguish it throughout the day.
To give you some just some quick details on that. So with the floors that we see, so you've got concrete, super hot in the sun, and then you've got you have the cool decking, which helps a lot. I mean, it's usually about 20 degrees cooler than the concrete, the cool decking. Who's put their feet on travertine? It's pretty cool, right? It's actually really cool. So it's actually cooler than it's probably similar with cool deck. Travertine's not that bad in the sun. Obviously, when it gets above 105, everything's hot. It's hard to tell the difference with your feet. But then you have the flake floor. I don't have a sample, but the flake ones that we do in the garages. That one, cool deck, they're all really similar in the sun. They're much cooler than concrete. This product in Rubberstone is like 20, 30 degrees cooler than cool deck. So this is going to be much cooler than cool deck. Much cooler on your feet. Even cooler than travertine. This is probably going to be about the coolest stuff you can probably get on your feet when you're in the sun like that.
And YouTube, the EPDM rubber, find out where they're using this stuff. You'll see videos like, wow, they're using this over in China, everywhere, over in Dubai, over in, I mean, the installation, I mean, they're doing entire city walkways with this stuff and in bright colors too. So this is going to be taking over all anything that fails in the pool deck area that you have issues with on safety and long-term. This product is the product that is the solution.
Well, I would hope so, because we got about a million square feet on the ground of this product, and tons of it. So hopefully,
That sort of leads to one of the questions that I had, which was why, when we look around at our competition, we see Cool Deck. So where is this product that is such a miracle? I'm sorry to sound skeptical, but.
no, it's a great point. It's a great point because
And you just mentioned, outside the U.S., but
Yeah.
I mean, here locally, are you starting to see a market for
Oh,
this
yes.
takeoff?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing it?
So with history, so let's go to the history of the coatings. Typically what we've seen, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s was the epoxy. You see it on airport hangers, for example. You see like the clear blue epoxy in the garages. Let's just say between 5 to 10 years ago, seeing a flake floor in the garage was not super common. It was like, it was kind of more of like, you see that here and there, but it's like really nice. Nowadays, you go get a rental and it's in the flakes in the garage, so it's much more common. Go into the pool deck. What people were doing for years is putting the same thing that they put on garages in the pool deck just because it was there. And it wasn't that bad. And we did that as well, but it wasn't the best solution. And in this industry, we've been looking for a solution, pool deck solution. It's been Cool Deck. It's a lower cost solution. Everyone has it. It's insane. You go golfing, you see all the pools, everyone has it. The next generation was Rubber Stone. So it's a company, if you go look at them, it's called Rubber Stone. We know the owners through my just being in the industry, and they hit the market hard with this stuff. And everyone loved it. But they started using it cheap and had the recycled rubber. And then they try to grow really fast with this dealer franchise model. And so they have these dealers everywhere, but they're just smaller companies that didn't seem to invest in the professionalization of that company, the technicians, and they're just a smaller company. And so the installs aren't very consistent is what the market is showing. So that's kind of where we've come to. And so Jeff here, the owner of Revamp, who I'm partnered with, he's been in the industry for a long time, just as long as I have, really, about 8 years doing this specifically. And we were trying to look for a solution. Like this is one of the biggest calls, like a lot of the calls we get are pool decks. And so we were trying to find a good solution other than the flake. And so he created this company. So we actually manufacture the product now. So there's no, going to us to get to a manufacturer. We are the manufacturer. We have tons of this product around. It seems to be the best product that is known to the pool deck coating market outside of what we had before. This is just refined. It's better. Took a lot more time on the manufacturing itself, choosing the right products, the right distribution centers. And I think more importantly is the right companies to install it. So we've literally just started the dealer program here. And so Jeff, who owns Cardinal and is partnering with me in Cardinal now, Revamp, there's about, I want to say it's about 150 crews across the country now doing this. And every single crew is trained up on this, goes back to Freeport, Illinois, completely trained up on this. It's not just like we're, using them as a manufacturer, buying the product. This is our product, our training that we're doing all in-house. It's never, you guys are gonna have to experience a company, if you guys are with us, to where we're buying the product from somewhere, we're getting the training from somewhere. This is all us installing it, us manufacturing it, all in one house.
So there's one stop to that warranty, and that's Cardinal Concrete Coatings and Revamp. There's no pointing fingers at issues, it's us.
Yes, Director
The
Preston.
last pool decking we had, we were told, and then we weren't told, that there were some restrictions in applying that. Is there any restrictions like heat? Like, let's just say you got the contract.
Oh,
and we're
temperature.
yeah.
When you.
You can apply it. I mean, because we
Time of
really
year.
need to make sure that this is done correctly. And so, if we say yes, and you say, okay, we want to apply to the best conditions possible.
Yeah.
Is there a restriction there?
I'm so glad you asked that question because it really lets me know where you guys are at in this process. You guys have been through the ringer. It sounds like it's so unfortunate It
You
really
have
pisses me
no
off.
idea.
Yeah, it's like, holy crap. It's a lot of money you guys have
And
been
this
spending.
is staff and board together
Yeah.
and residents, but yes, you have no idea.
But yeah, 100%. And a lot of companies, oh, you can install it whenever, everywhere. You know, kind of. You know, the key is you have the floor temperature and then the mixing temperature. And so it's not that necessarily you couldn't like, you know, let's say put down the product at 120 degrees. It's what happens is companies, they're not adjusting their mixing and their lane and their time schedules to go, you know, with that. So let's say it's 120. Well, that, you know, let's say I put a 5-gallon liquid and 5-gallon liquid, mix them together, got 10 gallons. Well, that's going to harden a lot faster at 120 because it's mixing, you know, hotter and things like that. Hits the ground, the floor temperature's, you know, hotter. So those are things that you need to be cognizant of. It's not that you can't do it. It's just making sure that you know what you're doing in those temperatures. If that makes sense. But
So
you
you
can
would
install it.
give us the best time
Sure. Yeah.
to install it. So
Absolutely.
we wouldn't have to worry about that whole
Yeah.
mixing factor.
Yeah. Yeah. The last thing I would want, especially after this meeting, is a call back from you about any of this part failings.
Director Forsey?
You say that there's a 5-year guarantee. What is that guarantee?
No fading, no coming up, delaminating, you know, any discolorations, those kind of issues, other than if you're driving a truck on it and doing burnouts, and that's not our problem, but that's something we can repair. If there are issues, say pipe needs to be fixed. You guys have some issues with that. They come out, they cut a line where they need to fix that, and they call us back out. We'll come out and lay that base down, put the rubber, and we'll feather it in. You guys can't even tell that there was a repair done.
James, do you have the warranty sheet?
In my back office, I do on the
Okay.
computer.
Well, we have a warranty paper that goes over everything on it. I'll make sure you guys have that. James, we'll send that to you when we leave, that way you guys can review that. And it goes over every single thing.
Yeah, we want this to look beautiful. We want your residents to come out and enjoy their time swimming, not looking at a floor going, oh my goodness, what do we got going on here, you know, and ruining that workout. We want it to be beautiful, fresh. So we're going to stand behind our product that we have here. The company that is backing us is a $500 million company. So we're not going anywhere. We're going to be around. We just, you know, want to make sure you guys get the right information.
Well,
to
you know,
make
I want to touch on that too, just really quickly, because that was a big thing. I think you touched on that about the company being local. So yes, we are, you know, part of the national company now, but we're still here local. You know, my parents live here. I live here. My grandparents live here. My two brothers live here. My wife, my daughter, we're going golf here. We're Arizonans. But one thing I want to add is that we're fully invested into Arizona. So we're over the next 3 years, we're going to be going to Tucson, Flagstaff. We're going to be hiring probably 50 different employees over the next 3 years. So we're heavily invested into Arizona. We're not going anywhere. And so yeah, just wanted to add that in there.
EPDM, the rubber facility for the Southwest is going to be our home. So we're going to have a 40,000.
Well, we just got a new office in Chandler. It's a beautiful office with a docking bay because we might, the distribution for the Riva Flex on the West Coast. So we're heavily invested here.
Yes.
And
What
just to
anywhere.
give you folks a little bit of context, I'm sure Herschel or Stephen or both of them shared, but the recreation centers of Sun City West that we collectively are the board of and we oversee, we have some really large goals and strategic initiatives and master planning that's going on right now. This governing board set 5 critical goals. Finding or recommending a solution for all of our pool decks is number 1. Just to give you a perspective, that's the reason why it is very important to us. Our pools are critical amenities. We pride ourselves on being the best 55-plus active adult community you can find anywhere.
Everyone knows. Literally, my mom was like, "Oh, you're going to Sun City West?" Yeah. Oh, everyone in the whole state knows about. You guys are the bee's knees in the state.
And we're told that
That's for
everybody in the
sure.
country, all of our competitors, we're consistently ranked in the top 5 to 10, and that there's a reason for that. We need to stay there. So this is very important to us, and that's the reason why Herschel brought you in. That's the reason why you're here. But just to give you a little perspective on that, and to that point, I'm sure we have a lot to think about in terms of the board. We may have more questions, but unless there's something really, Director Becknell first before we open it up.
So we passed about, I don't know, a dozen products down the aisle. Can you show me the two things that we're talking about doing right now? Your recommendations? Could you pull that out of that pile for me? Just so I can,
So it would be this product here, is basically short-term.
Herschel's showing the product right now to Director Becknell.
so this is what you would do everywhere.
That's what I'm proposing. Is
And this would be the over the
coping,
coping and everything.
Yes.
Are you recommending the same solid color throughout, or are you gonna?
Oh, color,
You're gonna-
no
gonna mix
color
it up?
selections at this time. No,
Okay.
Not looking at that.
But this is the
Yeah.
product, is this little disc right
Yeah.
here?
I'm sure we could consult with design and so on.
Yeah.
But this is.
Yeah,
more
this
the
is-
product
I mean,
itself.
And we have beautiful colors to choose from for, you want to do solids in some areas for designs.
So Director Becknell, I'm going to go to Director Paskowski unless you had another quick. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Schlemmer.
Thank you. This is probably more for Herschel than for the gentleman from the company. There's a lot we've heard in your presentation that is somewhat new to me, at least to me, in this difference between the use of recycled rubber, which I was not aware of when the current pool decks were put down. My question to you is, the company that did our pool deck at Kuntz is the same company that did the pool deck at Johnson and at Palm Ridge. Yet there's a marked difference between those decks. The Kuntz deck feels different, it looks different, it's holding up differently. We aren't having the coping peeling, at least not to the degree we have at Johnson and Palm Ridge and so forth. Is there some difference that happened in the product that we actually bought between when we did Kuntz and when we did Johnson? Do we understand why that change occurred? Was one a version similar to EPDM and then they went to recycled? I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I don't. But I see Russ is moving his way up here. He'll probably have some information for you.
And I know that this is not the context of what Director Schlemmer is asking, just so we know, we're not trying to retread over the past and decision-making, but just to help us understand why it just seems to have held up so much better.
And I'll explain, President
sorry.
Novello, the genesis of my question is exactly where you're going. I look at Kuntz and I at least from my eyes, I can say this looks completely different. And what I'm wondering is Kuntz a product version similar to the EPDM that's being proposed? Because we've had fairly good luck there. And so what I'm thinking is, if that's the case, then that has been down 6 years.
I think at least six, yeah.
Yeah.
So Russ?
So I got a really good explanation. Kuntz was the very first deck we had them do, and we had the owners did the installation. So they wanted to get their foot in the door. We based all of our future decisions off of that deck.
Right.
Now, is the deck perfect? No. We have some rust issues. It's actually absorbing some of the discolorations and stuff that happens where the railings go into the ground. But other than that, even the coping is holding up very well. But it is the exact same product that's at Johnson.
Wow.
And
Thanks,
if I could
Russ.
just add too, though, that you remember that if you look at even those other areas, you can still go in there and rub off and get pieces of rubber versus this product where you can't do that. I mean, so yes, it's held up better, but it definitely still has its issues, and it definitely is different than, there is still a difference. It is the recycled rubber versus the EPF. Okay.
So Director Paskowski? Did that answer your question, by the way, Director Schlemmer? Did you have a okay.
I'm not initially needed for this one, but I just want to help you out there. Some context is it really speaks to the importance of the installation process and the prep, because it seems like it's the same product, things like this, but maybe the installation wasn't as good potentially. It's lasting longer, but it's probably going to get to that point. It's just going to last longer. So I just wanted to add that's a really good distinction, good question there that could really change the result. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Paskowski?
The Kuntz pool is probably a third of RH Johnson pool. So it was a much smaller pool when they applied it So we have a problem with it, what's the turnaround time for you guys to come out to fix it, look at it, say, or do we take pictures and Russ sends it? That would be great.
It's a great question. So we have a process for this. So we have a general manager, a production manager. Those two put their heads together whenever there's a challenge. Our issue rate, as we call it, is like less than 3%. So we don't really have many challenges these days, although they do happen and things can happen. So just to let you know, we have an admin that will like typically field the call. If you call in, that's fielded. Her name's Ari, and that will go to our production manager Ty and our general manager Mike, and they'll put their heads together. And I mean, for something like this, if we got a call, we'd be here within the next hour probably. Yeah.
And then the next question is, how long, like for RH Johnson, how long are you talking about closing that pool down?
It's 18,000.
18,000. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. It just depends on how we schedule
Two
it.
and a half weeks, okay. Just
Yeah.
Because
Is there,
last time it
because there's
was
two
closed.
different,
No,
It's all together.
But we have removal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we can get our hands on it at once, we'd bring a lot of crews in. Because one of our key things is trying, residential, we can do jobs in one day with more crews. So we would just get a lot more guys out here. And I can give you more accurate schedule anticipation.
Yeah, I'm just
about
kind
that
of
week,
curious
probably.
if we're talking a month or 2 or 3 weeks.
No more than 3 weeks.
Okay,
No more than 3 weeks at all.
Okay.
good to know. Thank you.
Director Forsey, you were next?
You mentioned that you are working really hard to hire and grow the company, and it's just kind of like blowing up, basically. Does that mean we will have inexperienced installers? Kind of, are we going to go through what we did with Kuntz?
It's a great question. So all of our installers, they're trained for nearly a month before they touch the floor. They actually get they fly out to Freeport, Illinois, and they do a week training there. They come back and do training here as well. But no, we wouldn't put any inexperienced guys on your job. If there was technicians that were, let's say, newer to the company, we look at those as juniors and seniors, and so we have a development path. So if they're on board, they're going to be led by 1 or 2 leaders. So one crew has a lead and a technician. That lead is always superior in experience. That person you don't have to worry about. Let's say there's a technician that's been here for 6 months that's on their job site. He's going to be supervised. He's going to be overseen not only by his lead, but we have multiple production managers on the job site as well. So
Thank you.
hopefully that helps.
Anything else on that? Okay. So we're going to open it up to those of you who are here in the room. You can come to the microphone. Oh, excuse me? Who's wanting to?
Over here.
I did not see Nick waving at me, Director. Directors, thank you very much for that. Director Turner, you have a question, and you can still line up residents if you'd like.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First one is odor and smell. I imagine there will be smell when it's first installed. Just how long is that going to last? What's the nature of that smell? And the other one is on when you do your 5-yearly treatment, are you applying chemicals? Are you doing new agents, new resins, or what happens during that process?
Great questions. I'll let you just a second. The first one, probably within 72 hours, 48 hours, the smell will go away. Once it's cured, maybe I'd say
VOCs
within
are gone.
24 to 72 hours, it'll be gone.
Yeah.
The VOCs will dissipate pretty quickly within 6 to 8 hours. There'll be, a smell of rubber. I mean, freshly, unpacked rubber for a minute. After that, you're going to have fresh air. Yeah.
Once it's cured, it's safe per OSHA to not wear your the mask.
Respirator.
Yeah, the respirators.
As far as what was the question? The luster coat?
It was what's the 5-yearly maintenance process? Are you reapplying chemicals? Are you putting
It's
new
a
binding agents?
rejuvenation luster coat. It is a chemical, but it doesn't leave in this product, once they do that luster coat within 8 to 10 hours, you can walk on it again. You don't have to wait for the initial resin wait. So yeah,
It is
you
a
can be
chemical coat, though.
Thank you.
It's not like a clean. It's not like a
Okay.
Anything else, Director Turner? Sorry, I don't know how we were. But thank you to the audience as well for waving me down on that one. So we are going to open it up for some resident questions. I know we have a few questions that we have online that Director Forsey is keeping track of for us. I know we have a resident who's very familiar with this, but please your name and rec card number, and let's hear your questions.
Holly McCurdy, 137726. So you said about 2.5, 3 weeks for the downtime to take everything off. What's your 5-year?
Be longer than about 3 weeks.
Oh, the 5-year? How
Yeah,
long?
when you come in.
They could come out probably 2 to 3 days to do the luster coat, and within 24 hours of that installation is done, then you're back in use.
Okay. And then Russ mentioned rust at the ladders. Is this a problem? Would this be a problem for this particular product?
I don't see why the rust would be a effect. However, what kind of rust are you talking
What was
about?
the
Is it
question?
rebar coming through? Is it the screws? Where's this rust coming from?
I think it was, Stephen, I think you were mentioning it as well. This is in these pools themselves, just the actual railings. So where the footing to the railing goes into the deck itself, there's some rust that's coming through.
This shouldn't affect this stuff. If it does, we'll come out, cut that area, clean it up, and reapply.
And that's on the metal, right, on the poles?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay,
We're good
okay,
there.
yeah, it should be good, yeah.
And then how many decks have you coated with this EPDM? Like a lot?
Locally,
or-
probably 150.
Okay.
And nationally?
The answer was 150 or so?
Yeah, 150 probably, and then nationally, thousands probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you get down to the concrete, do you repair any cracks or anything? Because I know it's all about
It
the
depends on
install,
if
right?
those need, it depends on the severity of the crack. If not, we can put more of those granules inside that crack, okay? And it will fill in that crack and level itself out on the top. This is rough, so it will stretch, as you saw in that video. So if that crack opens up a little bit, you're not gonna tell. It's not gonna be visible to the human eye. If it rips open, we can come back in, feather it back in and apply our product. And this resin will bond with the resin. I want to say, guys, all of our technicians and installers, we're not picking them up at the Home Depot. They go through a serious vetting process. These are career-minded individuals coming out here to do this product. So our highest, that's our expectation from our installers, the highest quality installation possible, because it's our name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does it have a slip rating?
It does.
Is that?
I don't know the coefficient. You got the slip rate coefficient?
Not on me? No.
But I do know this, it's being recommended, and they're really going to the insurance boards to have this done on all assisted living homes, pool decks and things like that. So this is something we're pushing for insurance reasons as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Bennett, rec card number 137887. This has to do with it overall. I know the deck we have had a warranty and it's failed miserably. Is there any money we're going to get back from that or anything that could be?
That's a question for,
offset?
question for Stephen or Herschel, I guess. I don't think so.
Listen, the reality is that company is insolvent. So as much as we would like to do something, I do know that a municipality here in the valley is actually suing them. I suspect they will be probably, they have the resources to do that because they're using their in-house attorneys, but I suspect they probably will end up with not much return on that investment of a lawsuit.
We do have two questions from residents online. Director Forsey, would you like to read the first one?
First one is from Gary Bach. Did we answer your question on how it was, or did they, about getting it cleaned?
Gary's question was, what about cleaning? And I think that question was answered. If not, Mr. Bach, just come back on and let us know. We'll go to the second one then. Thanks, Director Forsey.
Mary Gannett, if you cover the drains, what if you need to get to them for any type of repair? And do you mark them so we can see where they are? Also, is there an issue? Do you repair, or if there's an issue, do you repair or replace?
Again, if there's any issues with the drains, we can find those pretty much by where they're coming out, and we can chalk line it out and cut those out as well. If there's any problems with those drains, come back and then we can reinstall the rubber over that again in any of those areas. So yes, we can do simple repairs up to, total redo. So yes.
Thank you. And how about the marking of the drains? Did you answer that?
Yes, it's simple to find drains, especially when you're dealing with the edges of pools and sloping areas. So yeah.
Great, thank you. That's it right now for questions online. Directors, and again, Herschel, thank you. What I heard or what I scribed down for some of the follow-ups, we'd like to identify a few local installations so we could actually go see some of your installations. I believe we're looking for a lap pool, or at least a couple of lap pool examples.
Kids.
We're looking for if you can send us or provide a copy of the warranty or an example of what we'd have. You answered some great questions, but said you'd come back with that. And I think, do we need anything further in terms of time of year? It sounded like that was one of your questions, Director Piaskowski. I think it's really, if we go forward, you would advise us in terms of time of year and what we'd be looking at, correct?
Correct. We want to make sure that it's a perfect storm. I want to say.
So it's mostly just.
We don't want to go and say, oh, we're going to close this down because the, snowbirds are gone. You know what? If we have to close the pool down in October and November because this is when the perfect weather is for us to install it, that's what we have to do. And I'm sorry, the snowbirds are here to use their homes and the pool. We have to make sure that this gets done correctly.
So I think it's a decision that it would be pending once we actually make a decision on moving forward. But certainly for the local visits, lap pool example, those are the things that we'd be looking for as follow-ups. Herschel, if you can sort of shepherd those for us and let us know what you find. And directors, if something else comes to you that you would like to see in the way of follow-up in the meantime, please send it to me. I'll consolidate all that and pass it on. And we'll report that back at our next meeting in terms of what we've found and what we've asked, so that there's that we have transparency. I believe also what we would be looking for next would be looking, the cost estimates that were provided were just for the one pool. What would be a longer term view? I would like the directors to be able to see what would be required with this option. Should we choose to go forward, what would we be in for long term? What's the impact on those? Directors, do we want to evaluate any of the other options that were presented? Cool deck, just to be really specific, do we want to see that cost extrapolated out as well over time for our decision? Or would what I've proposed suffice for a next step, cost-wise?
I thought he did that. I thought Herschel did that.
In terms of
Just
that's
the
for
one
pool, I'm
correct.
asking
For all of them?
For all of them.
It'd be the
I think
same
we could just
percentages.
reasonably assume the same doubling of costs as should we move forward with the cool deck option. I just wanted to
Right.
ensure that we're all comfortable. So we can extrapolate forward in terms of rough estimates of, this would not be done all at once. This would be an impact more to the longer term financial plan, I would imagine, right? So.
Yeah, I should be very easily be able to extrapolate from the numbers they gave me for R.H. Johnson and the square footage I know there, get a per square foot cost for both methods, and just extrapolate that to the other pools.
I believe that's what would really be helpful in terms of making the decision, although we are really making the decision for tactical as well as next year. We're also making a commitment, if you will, or taking a more strategic view. That was our goal for the year. So if you can do that one. Are there any other follow-ups that we need, directors, before we move on?
Just a
Director
quick-
Piaskowski?
Yeah, we're not going to include Kuntz because Kuntz is not failing, right?
No, we will include Coons because eventually they'll all be replaced.
Right, they
in the
will have
same.
to be done.
Eventually, not
But
immediately.
not this, are we,
No, this would
Yeah.
just be,
for the main pools,
R.H. Johnson is clearly.
The
I
main
believe
one?
that we're, right, but we would
and Palm Ridge,
therefore.
outdoors.
All of our pools, right?
Right, eventually, all the pools, but,
Over time.
right. Okay.
Correct.
just
And I believe that would probably align to whatever the current schedule would
hours.
be for repair and replace.
It could.
Yeah, I was just saying, what we'll do is figure out the costs, and then we'll put together a recommendation on scheduling. While it's not failing as bad, nearly as bad, even close to as bad, it is still failing. So, yeah. But we'll lay out what the recommendation of when we would suggest that we would do each.
Yeah, that was the goal was to have a long-term plan for the directors to look at, not just although obviously the pain point is RH Johnson. So, okay, great. I think if there are no other questions from directors and nothing else that came in, Director Forsey. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, Herschel, for putting that together for us. We'll come back. That's our homework, if you will. We'll be making a decision on this at our April meetings as a part of our capital program, I believe. Of course. Did we keep anything else? Oh, they're all over here for you. Thanks again. That was very helpful context. So with that, we're going to move back to the order of operations for today. So that was agenda item 3.04. And we'll move back now to 3.01. Is there anything you needed to ask? Oh, there's more. There's another piece over here. Okay, it's just trash. Thank you. So 3.01 is back in our February workshop. One of our members, the president of the Clay Club, came to the microphone and asked about a current year expenditure. So again, this is not next year's budget, it's current year expenditure. This is a budget item that was already approved by the governing board for fiscal year 25-26. Since that time, we've all received sort of a recap of where we left things off at the end of last year. And I think Stephen provided a quick recap. So Stephen, anything you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I would add, I mean, I can go over that recap if you'd like, or if you all are, I think you're good with that. But just that I would add that I did have an opportunity to talk to Lynn Kellis. Thought I saw her in the audience somewhere. Oh, okay. I did have a chance to
Lynn
talk to her.
Kellis is the president of the Clay Club,
Yeah.
who brought this up in February.
I think she's actually a former president, but just to be clear. But anyway,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. And at the talk with the team, and what I had mentioned to her was that, you know, I apologized to her that there were some conversations through email that were happening between her and Director Turner and Chatton that we kind of were in the mix. And the one thing that we didn't do was communicate well with her during that process and sort of dropped the ball on that. And I apologized to her for that and explained to her where we're at with this situation. And she was completely understanding and fine with that. So, you know, we're, as far as she's concerned, she's good with the fact that we're on track with kind of waiting to see how things come out, and that we did do as the governing board had directed back last year in looking at what we can do going forward, which would be if we are able to find space through different means or through a master plan situation. The strategic plan actually currently calls out for us to address this through two different ways, which was to look at the possibility of leasing properties as well as looking at ways for clubs to be handled differently as far as space utilization. So under that respect, again, I can go through the background, but you all received that, but I'm happy to discuss that more if anybody has any questions on that.
And just to be really clear, we did put that $30,000 aside if for some reason the governing board wanted to accrue for that or to make sure that money was available beyond June of this year. That's an available option, correct?
Yeah, and to be clear, so we have set aside in the budget, if the board is to approve it, $100,000 in planning dollars for any master plan items that would come out. This $30,000 does roll forward, so it's technically $130,000. So it isn't as if that $30,000 has gone away. It's just we'll continue to move forward as available funding. And we recognize the importance of this situation, and this would certainly be the top priority in moving forward in this coming fiscal year.
So directors, with that, we left off in February because we needed some more information. So I'm going to look to you. We've gotten some information. Some of us have had conversations. Do you have any further questions with Stephen? I believe your recommendation has been to hold off on making the expenditure until we have a place for the photography club, I believe. And that's the recommendation that still stands. You know, I would like to see us accrue that money explicitly for Clay Club or for those clubs and, you know, going forward. But as you mentioned, it's something that we could choose to roll forward. Directors, I kind of look to you because we had a rather spirited discussion at that point. Director Turner?
Yeah, just the only thing I'd like to see is, as a result of this, is that if the general manager and the administration decide for whatever reason, in this case it was a result of meetings that were going on, to postpone a capital item spend, can they please let the governing board know? So that if we do get asked those questions, we are aware of what happened and why.
Yeah, I think we could even make it, with due respect, I'm not trying to be impolite, but not can we please, but please understand what I'm saying. Let us know when a decision like that is, it seems small, and I think, again, Stephen, you've already mentioned the fact that we lost the thread, several of us, on the follow-up here. So going forward, when these decisions are made, please advise the governing board so we're not all sort of deer in the headlights. And we will do the same. When something comes up to us, should it come up through charter clubs or another committee, we owe it to you to convey that information to you right away so you can respond. Fair enough. Anything else? So the money for this expenditure remains in the 25-26 budget, and if it's not used, we don't expect it to be, but if it's not used, we will accrue it and move it forward. Any objections? All right, moving on. Item 3.02 is a facts and findings, and yesterday's Sports Pavilion committee meeting, the committee did not have enough information to make a recommendation on this. So the chairperson, Director Piaskowski, will give us just a really quick rundown as to why this was, what's happening next, and what we can expect to see on this. It's not off the table completely, however.
Yes, however, we had a healthy discussion on the lighting. And so what we have kind of decided is we had last year roughly 2,500 distinct members use that billiard room. And we are going to come up with a survey and survey them to find out if they like the light, if they don't like the light. After the meeting, we did have some discussion because we understand that we have pool tables in our R&R, maybe in 2030. Cliff was going to find that out for us. And we felt maybe what we should just do I mean, this wasn't in the meeting minutes or anything, but if we have pool tables coming in a budget and we want to spend $45,000 on these new lights, that we feel maybe we shouldn't be piecemealing, that we should do it all as one room, so we have one good look. They wanted, the discussion also was that there was some issues with the lighting on the walls. So it's all a matter of trying to, next month, we're going to get that all together, hopefully, and have a healthy discussion on, we'll have when our R&R is for pool tables. The main thing that came out of that meeting was we had a lot of pool players there. We need those tables to be refelted. We have 29 tables that definitely need to get refelted. And I know that we have them in the budget for next year, only do 10, maybe 15. The discussion after the meeting was, why can't we use that money to have all the tables refelted? So that would all be also be in a discussion for next month, because they were taking that money from this year's capital budget.
Right. So like all the committee will do, you'll come back with recommendations on this and really all the capital for next year coming back to us.
We only had two. We had the two capital, which was the lighting, and they did not approve that. And the other one was a heater in.
No,
the
actually,
grill.
Jolene, I didn't hear you guys make a recommendation on next year's capital yet. I might have missed it if you
On the
did in a
grill, we
previous
did.
meeting.
On the water heater, we did.
The water heater you did, yes.
But not the billiard table lights. We've tabled that basically.
Yes, I know, but you have, those were the only two items for next year, correct?
Correct.
So you'll come back with both of those recommendations and anything else?
Okay.
correct. I did get that part right. I need more coffee again. So thank you for that update. Any questions for Director Piaskowski? And I don't think we have anything online either. Thanks. So we'll look for that. And again, we're just deferring this item, the facts and findings recommendation, and anything else will be deferred to our April workshop. Thanks. So we're moving on to 3.03. And again, we'll invite Herschel Workman back to the dais. Now we're looking at the 26-27 capital improvement projects budget. As I just mentioned to Director Piaskowski, all of our committees, our standing committees, will be making recommendations to us as a governing board for April in terms of what they recommend. We may need to identify for further discussion, either removal or some kind of a change. But in general, we look at the entire capital program as one entity. Today, we're going to look at the individual line items, of course, so that we have a better understanding. Our timeline for making a decision, directors, is April, just so that we're all familiar, but today's our day to really dig in. So with that, Herschel, take it away.
So I guess just to clarify, you want to go through all of the items line by line? Okay.
Well, we never have as a governing board, so
Okay.
we could, maybe you can just go into at least some of the categories, and
Okay.
We'll toss it to the directors. Big changes, or if the directors have questions, perhaps group by group, rather than doing one by one. That might be a little bit easier than
Yeah.
going through every line.
Yeah. So the planning design tied to the master plan study, Stephen touched on this earlier, that's $100,000 set aside in case any project that comes out of the master plan in September, we want to get a head start on next fiscal year, we can start doing, we have some planning dollars to move forward with that. Relocation of range ball dispensers, I think we've gone over that several times. If there's any questions on that, I can address that. The website redesign, that's a Kyle issue. If you have any questions on that, he can address that. The assisted listening audio equipment in the theater, that's a $50,000 item. Lapidary club design and planning for $25,000. The courtyard renovation, as a result of the last properties meeting that we attended, they requested that we move that budget up to $125,000 to allow us to be able to purchase the type of furniture that they're expecting to see out there. So that number will be changing for the next meeting.
Okay, and those are the new projects.
Those are the new projects. Notable exception to that, the ARC third phase addition onto their building. They requested that we remove that item from this year's budget. They want to work with the architect and try to come up with a more budget-friendly design. So that may come up in next year's budget. I don't know at this point.
Okay, so, yes? I hadn't even opened it up for questions. I'm getting hit from all sides. Thank you very much.
You'll know when I get.
No, so thank you very much for that. So thank you, Director Forsey, for making sure I was looking up. Director Chatton, go take it away.
I might be saying the same thing Rudy was going to say or not. We'll see. There was discussion at the golf committee meeting yesterday, and I suggested that we remove the relocation of the range ball dispensers. We'd have to leave some money in there for covering the dispensers that are currently at the driving ranges. But this just doesn't seem like it's a necessary project. And if during the master planning process, it is suggested that those get moved, then we should look at it down the line, but I don't think we should be moving them right now.
And thank you for that. We'll wait for, this came from the golf committee, this particular line item. So we, unless you guys, once you guys have come up with an official recommendation for that, we can next month remove it. But I was at the meeting yesterday, and I've heard it, I think, at every committee that's entertained that particular item. I've heard it at Budget and Finance as well as Properties. Some concern about it, so thank you. There will be, again, I think Director Chatton just mentioned, there will be, it's a smaller amount, but there is some coverage that would be required. So again, I think that number will be revised, and it won't be a relocation, it'll be a covering of 1 or 2 of the golf course range ball dispensers, as I understand it. Any other questions from directors? Director Grom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. Great point. No, my question is a bit different. This applies not only to these new items, but it will also apply to the ones in the blue. When we approve this funding to be used, what's going to be the process for notifying the board prior to money being spent on any of these things?
Yeah.
Because if there are actual contracts signed with outside vendors, we're not involved in that. Where are we going to be in the process of knowing when money is being spent or not spent? Because at the end of the year, we have to decide any money unspent where it needs to go.
Right.
And there's a lot of things here, as we see.
We haven't even gone through those yet.
I know, I'm posing the question in advance because, like right now, I'll just number one, planning and design tied to the master plan study. We know nothing about what that is, but we're saying we're giving you $100,000 to do this.
Right. What we will do this year, right, in past years, we have, as a governing board, given a blanket approval to and directed the general manager to move forward on all of our projects. For this year, what we will do is, as we could do in any year prior as well, this has come up before, what we'll do, once we have a budget that we agree with, we can entertain how we want to do that direction. If there are projects like the one you just identified, that the governing board wants to have notification before moving forward, so on and so forth, we can identify those individually. If the governing board decides any sort of a process change, we will definitely decide on that. That is in our purview. Again, it's first we look at the budget numbers themselves, and then the process is up to us as a governing board. Our procurement policy does allow us that amount of oversight. We have in the past granted, directed our general manager to handle this in total for us. We can do something similar and pull out a few. We can change it. It's something that we can decide after we've approved a budget. Does that answer your question? And then we'll go to you, Stephen. First, I wanted to see if that was Rudy's question.
And just to be clear, the $100,000 for the planning, nothing's going to be spent out of that. That's an entirely board decision. I mean, that's going to be when the master plan is complete. The idea behind that is there's going to be excitement, as there should be, on things that could possibly come out of that. And the board will decide at that time which projects to move forward with. The idea behind that is if the board says we want to do something, we already have in the budget planning dollars. So we're not having to say, well, we got to wait till next fiscal year for planning dollars and then the following fiscal year to build it. The idea is that we have the ability, if the board decides, to move forward quickly on a project. Otherwise, that just will not be utilized for anything. That's a line item that will not be moved forward without board approval for sure.
Okay, I specifically picked number one, but let's just, for an example, how's it going to work on number 3? Because we've already discussed this website redesign. If we approve $100,000, at this point, we absolutely have no idea what this is going to look like or what you intend to do, yet we're approving $100,000.
Well, again, because the board would make the policy decision that you want the website to be redesigned. The execution of that is an operations decision. We've given, and we did a presentation on this, Kyle gave a presentation on it, that the redesign essentially is we are moving, I believe May is still the target for moving to the member portal, moving the vast majority of our items behind the member portal, and the website redesign will be primarily for the front-facing website for basically that public-facing non-member website. The actual content, the actual design, that's an operation decision. We will certainly bring forward what we are looking at doing with that, but the decision on how that actually looks is an operational decision. The policy decision is you would like us to redesign that website. If you would like it to not be redesigned, that's a policy decision to not approve that funding.
I think we have a very good reason to be questioning what the $100,000 would be for. And I also know the directors have seen at least a little bit more detail in terms of your and Kyle's thoughts, how some of the IT renovation would be done next year. And I know I've seen Kyle present directors. I don't know if you want to see some of what Kyle is thinking of in terms of some of the website opportunities, looking at some of our communities around us. Would you like to have Kyle come up and speak to this one? I would, if it's not a waste of your time. Does anybody else want to know more about what the $100,000 would be for? So Kyle, if that's,
Yeah, so I have a couple examples here. Just the three, the Villages, Grand and Wickenburg Ranch. You're going to click on those. So this is kind of what we're looking for here. It's very front facing. It's kind of the gateway to the member portal. You notice on all these, about the top menu, it'll show member login. So this will be like Sun City West. Yeah, I guess this isn't optimized for the screen, but yeah, you'll see the little person button down there to log into the thing. So mainly you guys will just be going to members.suncitywest.com, or whatever the member portal ends up being called. And this will be just kind of the landing page. If someone from the public wants to look up amenities that we have, wants to look up tea times, that type of thing. I know with the new member portal, we'll be able to have public be able to look at the available tea times without creating a login. So I think they'll be more apt to actually go forward and go in there and log in. But a lot of these are very graphical. Like the landing page is that video, like kind of 30-second minute long video that just kind of shows a lot of the amenities that the resort have. And this is nicer looking. Ours is jam packed with a lot of info, almost too much info at times it seems. So this is a lot nicer layout. So same with Wickenburg Ranch here. Up top login, that'd be the member login, but you got the nice video that kind of shows off some of the amenities of the properties. So it's kind of the default layout is what we're looking for.
And what do you imagine that'll cost?
Right now it's on there as $100,000 right now.
So to do this?
Yeah. And I talked to their marketing department, like just producing this type of video and some of the graphics they could help with too. And some of that money would go towards a third party that if we need anything more professional that we can accomplish marketing wise, they'll be able to help out with that too.
Kyle, can you walk us through your vision for what you're hoping to accomplish roadmap wise between now and the end of the fiscal year 27?
Yeah, we got a little IT mobile app. I think we emailed out earlier in the week. So what we're doing now, we're working on the member portal. So I should have a call at 12:30. So hopefully I can make it there before the meeting's over.
You'll make it there.
So the member portal will, right now, as of May 1st is our target date, will be kind of feature parity of what our current one is. It's a lot nicer and updated. So we will make the tea times, make the payments on there. As of July 1st, if it actually works out, we'll be able to charge the credit card fees in the new portal. They'll be able to add some virtual gift cards for member credit will be an option on there, which we don't currently have anything like that now. So we're looking to do that May 1st. And then right after that, we want to add on the content management system onto the new portal, which will really allow us to add a lot of that data. So a lot of the financial documents we have now, adding on sorry, the CRM system will allow us to, not the CRM system, the, blanking on the analogy, the CMS, the content management system, sorry, will allow us to put the financial documents on there, links to the governing board hub, a lot of that stuff that we want to kind of keep behind the member login. So we'll start doing that once we go live. And then for the fiscal year after that, for 27, we'll be working on a bunch of the servers that we have. The replacement, 3 servers that we'll keep even though once we go to the cloud. There are domain controllers in the library system that's on there too. And then the Sun City West redesign, if that's approved, we'll start working on that in Q2. So that'll be kind of the fall once we get back here in September, October is our hope for that. And then towards the end of that time period, we're looking to move the POS system to the cloud. So we're going to the portal through TEI to the cloud. We want to move our POS system for the monitor check-ins on the golf courses. That will be all the web-based. So it's a project we're kind of we looked at it a little bit. We got some demos. We haven't gotten to the nuts and bolts of that yet. We're kind of waiting for the portal to be finished, and we're going to kind of start moving on that right away too. So that's kind of gets us through the next 18 months or so, and then kind of 27, 28 roadmap. We have the CRM system, which we're looking at. Well, kind of the member comment forms we have now, kind of an enhancement for that. Hopefully some app piece that you can take a picture of something and submit a ticket right there. And then on the back end, a lot of the improvements on the back end will be us tracking the specific kind of categories. I think that gets asked a lot during some of the meetings, just the categories of the type of issues that are coming in or the kudos that are coming in. And in the back end, we can kind of see who's requesting what locations, kind of track some of that stuff there, which right now we just have an Excel sheet where we kind of log everything now. So we're looking to kind of explore that. And we have the financial software that Cliff and his team uses, the Great Plans Dynamics. That's end of life. That's the server that we run here currently. So we're leaning towards Sage Intacct, I think, is what Cliff is leaning towards. So working hand in hand with that project. Sun City is currently already on that. So they've had some growing pains that they're kind of ironed out now. So we let them kind of pave the way there. So hopefully much smoother transition for us coming up in a couple of years. And then finally, we have the RFID system and the cameras security system. We kind of want to have them integrated. A lot of the systems, you can kind of do both. The cameras linked up to the RFID card system for access to different places. So we're going to look and figure out what the scope of that is going to be. If we want that for all the club space and have the club members at RFID, definitely dog park. I've already gotten a quote for that, but I think we want it to be part of the larger project. So we can issue RFID cards on. We actually just last week, we replaced the printers for the card printers in membership. So now we'll be able to print on an RFID card, your member card. So that'll be your RFID key to get into places when we move forward with that project coming up. And that'd be kind of on the 27, 28 roadmap. And then obviously I have a bunch of stuff on there too, replacing just end user PCs that are end of life. They're 5 to 7 years old for the point of sale systems and the golf courses. We replaced a lot of those, and then the monitor stations, replacing those all-in-one stations that are about 7 years old right now. So, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, that was helpful in terms of at least putting a little bit more color on what the kinds of things we might expect to see for the $100,000 website redesign, and also what your vision is for the coming fiscal year. Since this is something that's been a little cloudy, I don't know what else to call it. Directors, any questions? Yes, Director Turner.
Yeah, on the portal and any future cell phone apps that we're getting, how much control are we going to have over look and feel and usability? I'm a little concerned that we end up using something which is based on a golf management system that for our purposes, it might not quite have the right usability and look and feel for the things that we want to use it for. So how much control can we have over those aspects? And are we going to actually test it with some of our members before we go live to see how people get on with it?
Yeah, we're going to be going live on May 1st with the website, and it is mobile optimized for now. So when you open it up, you can kind of bookmark it on your phone as an app. But they are looking to get it published in the Play Store and the Apple, I forget whatever the App Store is, as a branded app. So yeah, we can definitely start testing it. I think it's, like I said, a lot of the things now are just mobile optimized. So it will be something that we'll test thoroughly before we go live with that to actually get it published. But it is kind of, we're not paying for it. So yeah, there's definitely some customizable ability to it, which is what the CRM system that we're adding on to it would do, be able to add a bunch of our info to it besides just the tee times and the payment portal. But I guess it's kind of one of those things. It's part of our huge suite of that we use. So it's not something that we can change and do something third party. It makes the most sense to go with this because it has the ability to interface with the stuff that we needed to, like the golf and membership, that type of thing.
So it sounds like it's fair to say there'll be some customization ahead.
Yeah.
Right, we don't know what that is yet. Anything else, Director Turner?
Just with the CMS system, I think well, my background, I'm used to these. Well, you can have 1 million products on this one. I presume this is just more of it's not an e-commerce CMS system, it's more of an informational text one,
Yeah,
graphics,
I know
videos.
they do integrate with some of the e-commerce platforms. So if you want to start sell stuff online, that is an option with this new thing. The portal that we have now is kind of tapped out. We can't do anything to it. So this is their next generation portal that has integration with different products and stuff like that we can do a lot more than we currently can.
So
they
we
have open API and stuff like that. So if we find a solution that we really like, they can work with the vendor to be able to integrate on our site with us for like single sign-on and that type of thing.
Okay, good, thanks.
Any other? Director Becknell?
Have we engaged with any web design type company to help us build examples like we just saw? Or are we doing it all in-house?
No, I mean, that's what the money before we would reach out to a couple of companies. I talked to a few, but it's one of those things that if they're going to design you mock-ups, that's basically like designing the site for you. So I don't have any mock-ups or anything like that yet. But yeah, we'll get a RFP out to companies once it's approved, and we'll see which ones we like best.
And when you mentioned that we'd be able to leverage some of the video and imagery and the things that our marketing and PR department already have, I think that's what you were referring to.
Talked to Martin and Kate.
I thought we were doing more in-house, so that's good.
Yeah, I talked to Martin and Katie. So a lot of that stuff we already have, and with Martin with his drone and stuff like that, we'll be able to get some shots. But if there's anything that's outside of their scope, part of that, the budget will be used for that too.
Thank you. Anything else? Oh, I wanted to know if that answered yours. Okay, so Jolene?
I want to just make sure that we, when we do those RFPs, that we have a cost, or we ask about a cost of updating that, because I would imagine that website has to be updated and new software will come out and that kind of thing. So that's something that we should know, so we can put that always in a line item budget, is the update cost of the portal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that we can definitely inquire about and see what they do to update. But we do have some people on our team that do have the ability, because the current website gets updated on a regular basis with new documents and stuff like that, and there's security updates in the back end. So stuff like that we can do. We can leverage a company if we need to at that point. But I feel confident we can handle a lot of that stuff in the back end. It's just like the design from scratch to like be modern is a little bit out of our scope. It'd be a huge project. So that's kind of why we're going out of house for that. But sort of like the maintenance department, like the pool, they're not going to lay the deck down, but they can help do repairs and stuff like that. So it's kind of the same model that the IT department will be taking.
Did that answer your question? Great. Director Schlemmer?
Thank you. Kyle, you brought up the example of kind of what I think about. When I think about Sun City West and our competitive position, we compete with the villages. Yeah. We compete nationally. We compete a little locally, but we really compete with the national level, over 55 communities. Assuming all of this goes through and funds get approved and all of that stuff, at what point will our owners really start to see and feel the effects of the work you're doing? When will the rubber actually hit the road? And I, as a member, will say, hey, wow, that's really cool. What's your timeline horizon on that?
Like, to be honest, I think a lot of the effects, once we go live with the new portal on May 1st, the look and feel of that is a lot nicer than we currently have. Okay. And then once we start adding some of the document management systems on that, like I said, moving the financials to that and kind of really customizing it to what we want, I think you'll start seeing it there. And that's the nice thing, is that's kind of already free. It's already included in our annual maintenance with TEI. So the actual website itself, that's going to be more public facing, more wow, amenity based. So, I mean, you guys will see that when we go live with it, but I think that's more for prospective buyers and people trying to inquire about information we have here versus you guys know what we have. You want to look up information on specifics. That's kind of what the portal's going to be for, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The portal will be everything that's behind that login, basically.
Yeah, the member site was kind of a good way of calling it. Yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions for Kyle on that line item? Awesome. Any other questions on the nuke projects in this section? This is just so that this is great. We're going to move on to the blue section now. Thanks, Kyle. Directors will be making decisions in the next, in April. We'll have the input from our committees again. This is a great opportunity for us to start asking some of those questions, and also so that our staff can come back to us with actionable answers at our April workshop. So we'll look now, Herschel, at all the blue. We don't need to go through every single line, but I'm going to turn it to the directors because we've seen this already. And I'm going to look to the directors to start asking questions about specific line items. I think that would be more efficient. So, and most of our committees have already been looking hard at many of these. Just wanted to give you a few minutes.
So while you're looking at that, I'd like to hit on a couple of big ticket items and just kind of give you a schedule if these are approved. And this kind of alludes to Director Grom's question earlier. So say, for instance, the softball outfield fence replacement and all that work that is encompassed there. If we get the approval to move forward with that, I need to get that started as early in July when the budget is active as possible to have that done before softball season starts. And actually, I take that back. We're going to look to start that in August. The softball had requested that I don't start that until early August. Apparently they have some games and stuff going on in July as well. So some of these projects that you're going to see, I'm not going to have the ability to come back and show you exactly what we're doing before we go ahead and do it because of the time constraints and everything involved. But certainly some of the others will be able to do that on. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
So directors, any questions on the blue blocks? Yes, Director Grom.
Yeah, thank you. This is more, I'm going to look towards the repair or replacement philosophy that you all use. We're required to approve this budget in advance. And in many cases, these items are put on this list with a estimated useful life. And I'll pick on just one item here. Let's go to Palm Ridge, $51,000 for a pool heater. I saw the write-up that it was installed in 2018 and it has reached its useful life. Well, is it working today or not? And if it does start to fail, is it repairable or not? Or what drives the decision? Are you just going to replace this because we've allocated the money this year? I'm getting at, what's your maintenance or what's your criteria for determining is something economically replaceable to use for a couple more years? Or are we using this list as a maintenance plan vice a financial plan?
So the heaters, whether it be pool heaters or water heaters, once it hits that year, it's pretty much, it's time. If we've not spent any money on repairs and it's not showing any signs, then absolutely we'll push it. But otherwise, no, we just go ahead and replace it on that year, mostly for downtime. Pool heaters, when they go out, now we have a pool down, it can take a long time to schedule that replacement. So it's better to be planned than not planned. I don't know if that helps, answers your question at all.
Yes, that does. What you've kind of had to say is, in some cases, you do replace an item that's working relatively well at this point, but based upon your knowledge and the history, it may in fact, let's say, fail in the next year, and there has to be lead times to purchase things like that. So that in that case, it does make economical sense to do it because, yes, failure is inevitable in that case. But I was just wondering, what your general philosophy for a lot of these things are. Just because we approve it in the budget, they don't get necessarily replaced during this year.
That is absolutely correct, yeah. We've actually had air conditioners that have went 30 plus years. So, yeah, we'll let the item go as long as it can go, balancing, again, unknown breakdowns and things of that nature. But if we've had no history of repair, then we push it, absolutely.
Stephen?
Yes, thank you. So just to clarify, timing-wise, what happens is Every year in the fall, the finance department pulls for staff the list of all of those things that are on the repair replacement. Staff goes through every single one of those items to make a determination of, does it need to be replaced or not? So what is before you is the list that we have gone through and said, these things need to happen based on our repair and replacement schedule, as well as our determination that needs to happen, as well as then it then gets to properties committee for review.
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify from a staff perspective, these things are on here because we are saying, yes, they reached their useful life, and waiting on them would cost more in the future than it would be to replace them now. So if something is pushed out, it's pushed out and it never makes it onto this list for review.
And when, I'll look to Director Chatton because he's chairing the committee this year, but when something is pushed out, again, it happens generally in the fall after the schedule is looked at, schedule being the schedule of repair and replace, what's coming up and due. The staff makes recommendations on what can be deferred and what's necessary, and I believe that goes to the properties committee and you weigh in on those, right? As you go through and do your chores.
I'm waiting to see that.
Oh, so
It's
you
my-
didn't see that. That's the answer to the question. So, so that would be a good thing to see, but I thought that you did get some kind of input from staff in terms of what they were recommending, but no?
Yes, that was provided initially to the committee.
I thought so, but again, if it wasn't, it will be going forward. But you guys were working on, the committee was working on an existing list in addition to going through and doing your tours, as I recall, correct? Right. Yeah, that's where that list came from, I believe. So, thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot there, Director Chatton, but anything else you wanted to add timing-wise, Stephen? Because I think, again, the key thing, Director Grum, is that the information comes in, the staff is looking at these things. We're not necessarily, as I understand it, we're not just replacing things because they're on the list to be replaced. They're evaluated each year, and oftentimes they can be deferred. Sometimes we have to do them earlier, and that's when we see effects and findings. Director Piaskowski, yes, thank you.
Nick had his hand up too, but anyway, just kind of curious, you have Echo Mesa Pro Shop patio, improvement and visual displays. Does that mean we're putting TVs out? Do you know? I mean, I have no idea. And then it says millwork, so I don't know what that means.
So at Echo Mesa, they have the patio area, and then they have like cabinets and stuff over off to the side.
Yeah.
The thought is to replace those, remove those, put some TVs up along that wall, and make it a little bit more of an area that people can sit and
Great.
After a round of golf.
Nice update, because those cabinets don't get used anymore.
Exactly.
So it's perfect. I mean, I just didn't know where that was going. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thanks. Director Turner?
Yeah, my question is about the pickleball courts resurface up at Palm Ridge. I know we did 1 to 10, I think last year. It doesn't seem that long ago since we did the others, 11 to 18, and they're on the list again. Are we getting shorter life expectancy on those, or am I mistaken that this is coming up rather frequently?
So typically you do a resurface on courts that get used every 5 years. So I'm assuming that courts 11 through 18 were done in sometime 5 years ago, approximately.
Yeah, it seems like 3 or 4 to me, but it might be 5.
Yeah, but they may be wearing faster. I mean, the more play you get on it, the faster they wear.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Any others or any other changes that we need to be aware of? I think the numbers look, I noticed that we've updated the current number for platform tennis seems to reflect our last conversations. I'm looking to the back of the room, so.
Just a little clarification on platform tennis. So in talking with the vendor and in talking with members of the tennis club, originally I was planning to get a number to replace the fencing, but that's fairly costly. The vendor believes that The existing fencing can be removed and then reinstalled and tightened up to the necessary specs necessary to play platform tennis. So that number does not include a replacement of the fence.
Director Grom.
Well, thank you very much. Since we're having so much fun here, I just have to add one more. I have a question on the Palm Ridge Swim and Fitness flooring. That's a big chunk of change, $225,000. What are we really doing for $225,000 that's going to make that into a better locker room? I mean, I've looked at every tile in the men's room and there's not one cracked tile. So what's our intention here in
So
spending
it's
that money?
not just a flooring replace. It's pretty much everything in there. Flooring, plumbing fixtures, shower fixtures, all the tile and the wall tile, lockers themselves. It's a overall makeover of the whole facility.
Well, then I struggle with that. You did mention lockers. Lockers have been pretty much the same for many years, and every locker that's in there is working right now. Why am I replacing lockers and shower fixtures that work perfectly well, even though they might be 20 years old?
I believe I misspoke. The lockers were for Beardsley. So, yeah.
And so the 225 is though a renovation of the shower.
The whole facility. Except for lockers, yes.
Except for lockers. This says, it doesn't, so that's men's and women's, right?
Yes.
So, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot again, Director Chatton, but that pretty much reflects what you guys had seen and recommended as your committee, correct?
Yes, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I understand where Director Grom is coming from. I mean, you go in there, everything is quite functional. It looks pretty decent. It's been there forever. But as we have visited other facilities, we realize that, man, that place is really dated, as well as the tile and the fixtures and some of the other things there. So I think that's one of the reasons we're looking at doing some of this. This will be an updating of the facility, and I think even the chairs, there's chairs in there now that they use, and
For the showers.
yeah.
Yes, correct. They want to get away from the chairs that can be moved around. Apparently, they have a tendency to walk away at times. So we're going to install chairs attached to the wall that fold down in the showers themselves.
So, I mean, this has been looked at quite a bit, and it really is, we got two groups on this, some that really want to see the updating done, not just in the showers, but in other areas of our facilities, like the furniture we want to put, new furniture we want to put out here. So yeah, is it quite functional? Are any tiles cracked? No. But the Properties Committee thought that this should remain on the list.
Thank you. Anything else on the blue blocks? All right, we're going to move on to the golf area then, which is in green. And I think we've seen, this is where we see our upcoming proposed irrigation replacement for Stardust, building on the design work that's completing this year, among other expenditures. Any questions or insights? And again, similarly, our golf committee is looking at all of this and will make a recommendation to us. They have not made a recommendation as a group yet, but they'll make a recommendation to us coming into our April workshop. And anything popping out that we need more information on, directors. Director Piaskowski?
Thank you. Okay, so Todd, is it possible for us to get a breakout between the irrigation system and the replacement of the turf? The deal is that turf number 9 on Echo Mesa looks terrible. And so I know we need to do the irrigation. I'm just not sure that we want to do the turf at this point.
In fact, I do have an update on the Stardust project. We have removed the turf conversion out of that project this year, and we'd like to put that in our 5-year closure schedule down the road at the 4 courses, which would be Grandview, Stardust, Echo Mesa, and Pebblebrook. We're not moving it out because we don't think it's going to work. I'm confident that that's going to be a turf for us going forward. It's a good product. It's durable. Playability wise, it's going to be good. So we've removed that out of the project. We did add in new bunker sand into the project. We'd like to do that at the time. The reason that we moved that out is we cannot sprig or we cannot regrass the golf course until they finish the irrigation project. And so we did some potholing throughout the golf course to kind of see what kind of soil we're dealing with. It's very rocky. So that tells me it's going to take a little bit longer time to pull pipe and transfer main lines. So my fear is that part of the golf course would not be completely filled in. Because come about September, that's the end of your growing season. And so I just don't think there's enough time to do all those things that we want to do over there. So that's why we moved that out. But I'm confident that that's going to be a turf for us. We have to replace the common Bermuda courses, the 4. We have to do that somewhere down the road. It's just not working for us. Now, the thing is with the irrigation systems, and we've seen this over at Grandview, we saw it at Echo Mesa, our turf quality has improved so much with the new irrigation systems, better distribution. And so we're going to see that at Stardust as well.
So the 6.4 million that's proposed in the budget does not include the turf replacement.
No, the only thing, turf resurfacing, we're still going to do all the tee boxes at Stardust during this time. And that would be through sod, not stolens. And so we're going to re-level those, reshape them, maybe enlarge some of them during that time, and then put down some tough sod on all those tee boxes over there. So that's still going to happen.
So we're not going to do that. That's great, because we really need to make sure that turns out well at Echo Mesa before we do a whole golf course. And I get that you say it's going to, and I believe you wholeheartedly, because I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
But at this point, it does not look pretty.
No,
And
and
so-
it doesn't.
And I know
And
you are aware of it. I just don't want this whole Stardust to be like that. So
No.
thank you.
And we knew we were going to have some issues with that because, of course, we don't overseed it the first year. You cannot do any chemistry on that fairway because it's so new. So you can't take care of some of the weeds and some of the, of course, the ryegrass is coming up on that where they fill the divots. And then when the mowers go through, they kind of spread that seed. And so that's a lot of what you were seeing out there. We have sprayed it since. It's starting to die off. It looks a lot better. I walked that fairway the other morning, and I was pretty impressed. I think every week that goes by, you're going to see a big improvement on that fairway to the point where you're going to say, boy, this is nice. This is better than the others. So it really is. It's going to be a good turf, and I think in the future, I think it is for us. We do.
At the golf committee yesterday, Director Grom announced a field trip to Echo Mesa 9. Do you want to, I think that was April 21st? I'm trying to remember.
April 23rd.
Third.
And we will ensure that it gets posted in a couple of the weekly e-news blasts before that happens.
I've invited the golf committee, the golf council, and some other members to come out. And I have Brian Whitlark with the USGA agronomy section. He's going to come out and he can talk about 9 fairway and what's going on. You know, he sees that all over. He does the whole Southwest region. And so he'll give you some insight on that new grass as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Grom. Yes, Director Forsey, you have a question for?
Yeah, I'm just curious on the first line item, the 24 pieces of equipment that's maintenance. Because when you take the 24, I mean, that's like an average of $45,000 each piece of equipment. What's so pricey?
Well, it's expensive. You know, when you get into the fairway units, our large rough units, they're over $100,000. So, like you said, it's only a few pieces of equipment per golf course. And I can't remember what the breakout was on that. I had that on my original capital projects proposal list. Had the useful life. I know Rudy was talking about the useful life and when do we know when to change things out and stuff. And I think Stephen talked about that, about evaluating each unit to see if we can move it out another year. We even had some units that we deleted completely off the reserves. So,
I seem to recall like, some of the equipment you're using is 20 or more than closing up in on 30 years old. I mean, you guys get some great, and you take the parts apart, and you keep the parts. And
right. Yeah, we get a lot of mileage out of our equipment. And, you know, again, we evaluate that. And if it's sitting in the shop and it's not out on the golf course mowing or whatever, or if we're putting a lot of money into that unit, that's the ones that we're looking at as far as replacing. So I listed the useful life on the equipment that we're replacing, and we're getting about a year, maybe 2 years more than what the recommended useful life is. So I feel good about it, really do. And, you know, we've been on a solid replacement program for years on our equipment. And I think that shows in our rolling stock account in the operating budget. Spending, you know, if we weren't replacing equipment, that rolling stock line would really, really go up.
Okay. Did that answer your question? Thanks, Director Forsey. Thanks. Any other questions, directors, for Todd? Excellent. Thanks, Todd. If we look to the last page, this is our capital allowances. These are the things that we put aside in the event we need them, things that we can't forecast, like the failure of a well pump, etc. These have remained pretty constant over time. I don't see any major changes in those, but do we have any questions on the categories or the amounts? Do we have any questions from folks that are still awake here with us? Okay, so we have a resident coming to the microphone, and again, for those of you who are online, I know you're about 30 seconds behind, so hopefully you'll have a chance to enter in any questions. And after this section, we will take a quick break, but go ahead. Thank you.
So I just have a question for Kyle about the web redesign. So you had mentioned that the current website is tapped out, right? We can't really do anything else with it. Are we using the same CRM that, are we going to get tapped out and doing all these videos and all these things that we want to?
No, the website's the portal right now where you just go make your payment online. There's no improvement on that. So that's where we're moving to the new version of that. And then they'll have expandability and different integrations. This is more modern web architecture.
Okay, but it's not the same.
No, it's a completely different
Okay,
backbone.
okay.
Yeah, same company that manages it for us, TEI, which is our overall point of sale vendor. But yeah, the actual backbone, the technology behind it is completely different. So it's another vendor for that.
And are we hosting it in-house, or are we hosting it
No,
like on Google or
they
Amazon?
host it for us. It's somewhere, some data center around here probably. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions from our residents? And I still don't see anything coming in online, Director Forsey, on capital. So again, thank you very much, Herschel, for walking us through this. Our task for our April workshop will be receiving all the recommendations from our standing committees. We'll also, any other items that we want to discuss further, for those directors who are not sitting on one of those committees and haven't had input, we'll look to you for that opportunity then, and then we'll start finalizing in April. So with that, I thank you again. The time's 11:04. We're going to take a quick recess because we've been working for 2 hours, excuse me. We did have an issue here with the restrooms, so just know you have to use the restrooms out in the courtyard, I understand. So For that reason, we'll resume at 11:15. So we'll take about 10-minute recess, 11:15. Thank you all. we'll resume now, and thank you very much for allowing us a little bit of a longer break. We're moving now to agenda item 3.05. So directors and residents, we could be here all day to go through everything in detail, right? So this is what we're going to do. Obviously, our CFO, Cliff Swan, is going to walk us through. This is the governing board's first view, although our committees have seen this presentation before. Cliff is going to walk us through the 26-27 operating budget, and we'll have questions for that. I want to take, we may have to defer some items to our regular meeting next week, but we want to go all the way through the operating budget discussion before we do, as far as we can. So I have some ideas to expedite the discussions, but first we're going to go through that. So Cliff, take it away.
Thank you, President Novello. Still morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, before I get started here, I want to take some time to thank all the management team, the operating team, of course, budget and finance, all the committee chairs that we've gone through, went through Sports Pavilion and golf this week. Had some good takeaways from there that we're going to work on. There'll be some changes here or there within this budget. No anticipated real movers or shakers, but there will be some minor adjustments. But I just want to thank everyone for being part of this, and here we go. So budget goals, they stay the same every year. This is in line with our strategic priorities, our master plan, all of our values and everything. It basically, to boil it all down, it's just keep the place looking nice, keep it current, keep providing that top level service that we are expected from our members, and this budget accomplishes those goals. When we put this budget together, we practice fund accounting. We have two funds. We've got a capital improvement fund. It's our reserve fund. We've got an operating fund, which is used for our operating expense budget. So two budgets to provide all these services, two funds to fund those. Putting together part of our process of building a budget, we've got some short-term strategic things that we have to accomplish. So those are included in this budget, as well as some long-term things that are on the horizon. And when we put planning together, we keep that in mind, and we put the budget together, we keep that in mind. If we look at our demographics in this community, well above the 80-20 requirement in terms of our residents, with owners and associates, making up 96% of the overall structure of our community. But you can see here, this is the makeup of our membership. And with all those amenities and services in that kind of circle wheel that I showed in this slide previously, we're doing a lot of things around here. Attached to this presentation is some charts and some data analysis on our different facilities, golf rounds, things like that. Encourage you to take a look at that. I think, how many pages were attached, Mr. Chatton? You counted them?
127.
127 pages of data, questions, expense category details, things like that. But within that is some statistics on our facilities. And, we get a lot of questions, and I'm about to show an organization chart that has 490 or so positions and 630,000 hours in the budget. And people ask, well, why do you need all those people? Well, this is why. I mean, we've got 1.2 million check-ins at our rec centers. These are all FY 24-25 numbers, and we're pacing ahead of all these numbers this year, but these are last year numbers. So 1.2 million check-ins at our different rec centers and facilities, 314,000 rounds of golf, 318,000 lines of bowling, 83 events we put on last year, and that's doubling this year, at least doubling. So anyway, we're doing a lot of things around here. It takes staff. It takes an organization structure to do that. So talking about that organization structure, we've got 4 divisions. It's our administrative division, which is basically, our GM department, finance department, IT department, facilities maintenance, membership, CC&R governing board, and our PR department. And then we've got a recreation division, which of course has our 4 rec centers, but also includes our events and scheduling, library, landscape. All the landscape takes care of all those common areas and clubs. So that landscape division does that, or department, excuse me. And then we've got our golf division, 7 golf courses, includes the operations and the maintenance of those 7 golf courses. And finally, our sports pavilion, which has our bowling center. It also has our pub, and not to be forgotten, of course, is our billiards people who are very vocal and engaged. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of organizational structure needed to run all these different amenities and different business lines. Really, when you put it all together, these are very labor intensive. You have to have specific training, training and education, and there's a lot that we provide here. It's not just one thing. So keep that in mind as you look at the budget, because it does take a lot of resources to handle what we handle. Again, approximately 630,000 hours, 495 positions. 46 of those are salaried. There's 156 hourly full-time positions and 293 part-time positions. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these organization charts, but take some time and go through them. You'll see all the different divisions with all the departments within those divisions that I talked about. So when we look at the FTE comparison from last year's budget that was presented to this year's budget, there's a change of 6 FTEs, an increase in 6 FTEs. This chart shows where they've impacted in the different divisions, but it really doesn't tell the story. So the story of the FTE changes are detailed here. So I'm going to go through that. In the administrative division, we've added 1 FTE. One of our strategic priorities is to better engage and better market our community and engage not just with our internal members and our board and everything that's going on in the community, but also engage and advertise what we do outside of the community. And to help us to better do that, we have a content and media specialist. We're still crafting the title. We think that that's going to be the title. And this person, we'll get into some detail. I've got some specific slides on this. So that's one in the administrative division. We'll talk about that position. But before we do that, let's go through the rec division. Overall, we have 3 FTEs. We have a decrease in an FTE in the landscape maintenance department. There's a spray tech position that recently turned over, and Todd came to me and we looked at the numbers, and we feel like we can handle that from a subcontract perspective at a savings to the association overall. So we decided to eliminate that position in the FTE budget, and we'll talk about what we're budgeting for that position later on in the operating budget. But it is at a savings to the association. And again, that's for the common areas that we have here and all the landscape. So the common areas at the rec centers and the grounds all around the community. Taking a look at the R.H. Johnson Rec Center, there's 2 overall FTE increase. There's 2 part-time FAs that have been added for just additional hours in cleaning. So we just got to keep those standards up, again, to what the community expects. And we need some additional hours to handle that additional cleaning. There's also some additional hours added to the monitor schedule to make sure we have coverage, especially when those times, or the busy times of year, when there's lines stacking up at the monitor stations and things like that. So we want to make sure we have adequate coverage in those areas. So there's an increased number of hours in the budget for those. Looking at the Beardsley Rec Center, we've got a 1 FTE increase. There's a part-time FA that was added, and then again, some additional hours to the existing FAs to help keep the facility looking good. And then finally at Palm Ridge, again, 1 additional FTE worth of hours. There's 3 additional monitors that were added there, and those monitors are to help monitor pickleball and also for the additional hours that we just needed to have extra coverage. So that makes up the rec division 3 FTE increase. And then finally at the sports pavilion, these are moves that we made this year. We had funds in the budget to do it, but it is a change year over year to when we compare last year's budget to this year's budget. So in this year's budget, we've got a part-time bartender and then some additional FA hours for Lizard Acres. Okay, so we've expanded the hours for Lizard Acres. We've also, the sales and the traffic in the sports and the Lizard Acres area has required us to add some additional bartender hours as well. So, and that's returning in terms of revenue for us in this budget. And we'll talk about that later. It's also returning revenue for us this year, which we talked about yesterday at the January year-to-date financials. But so that's in this budget. And then finally in the bowling center, we made some changes in the bowling center to, there were some leagues that did not have the ability to run themselves. And so we absorbed those leagues in-house. There's also some additional tournaments and special bowling that we've made modifications to, driving additional lineage at the bowling alley this year, and it just takes extra man hours to handle all that. But again, it's all paid for through the bowling lineage and through customer experience. And so what we did is we created a full-time league coordinator position from a part-time league coordinator position, and that's causing a 1 FTE increase. So those are the details on the overall FTE increase, budget versus budget. Looking at the content and media specialists, so we have there are quite a few strategic priorities tied to this, and they're listed here. But specifically improve board communication and transparency, develop brand standards, and refine marketing strategies, conduct annual community satisfaction surveys, evaluate improving golf advertising and events, increase community engagement and member involvement, identify grant opportunities, and finally, a volunteer program. All of these are tasked up through the general services offices, which also handles PR. And to be able to accomplish all of these effectively, we have to do things different than we have been doing. And doing things different requires different steps and measures that you have to take. So whereas in the past, we may have decided that we cover an event, but we only cover it after it's happened, and we show a bunch of pictures versus covering it while it's happening or covering it before it happens. So kind of getting the full life cycle of events, but increase community engagement, pre, during, and post events, social media for not just for the association, but for events, but also to help clubs as well with their social media, just creating brand and logo consistency and enforcement, being able to enforce, not only have that strategy, but also to be able to enforce it and follow up and follow through and reach out to people when they're using our logo, those types of things. And on the websites and the website side, having that engagement with the SEO and then being able to update the content as it's happening. Not only are you out, doing the things to capture the media, but you've got to update all these platforms. So it takes time and energy and man hours to do that. Creating video content, the GM videos, and then especially with all the changes in the IT world that are coming up and all the enhancements that Mr. Schlemmer is talking about and the community being able to take advantage of, we need to have educational videos and how-tos on how to do these things. And it takes man hours and resources to be able to do all these things. So, and then finally, these community surveys are great. We're starting to really build some consistency there. And there's other things that we can do. We're talking about doing it for the pub, the billiards room, the lighting in the billiards room, things like that. Outreach when we're doing capital projects to get more engagement from the community and to keep them more informed. All these things, these are things that aren't being done, and it takes it takes a person to help facilitate all those things. So that's why we're proposing that in this budget. So if we look at the FTEs overall, we've got 306 FTEs in the budget. If you go back to 21, we had 322 in the budget, and we dipped during COVID, and we've kind of steady climbed back up. But things have changed over time. The dynamics here have changed. Yes, we're still doing the same thing we were doing 40 years ago, but we're doing it differently. We're doing things, for example, we added the CC&R department in this lifetime. We've added some event staff because we've really taken a lot more programming in-house. Over time, a lot of things have changed within these dynamics, and you can see divisionally what's happened in all the different areas. But I always like to put this slide in there for context because it helps look at the past and how we evolved into where we are today. So when we look at the salaries and wages and benefits, one of the strategic priorities tasked to the general manager was to have a compensation study. We performed a study this fall, and these are the results of the study, and we feel good about this. This is just pay, so this doesn't include benefits. But in terms of pay, we're about 8% below the average when we look at all of our positions. And again, we're not going to set the market. Our target isn't to be 100% of the 75th percentile. We feel that we could be competitive in this range, and we feel good about that. And it was eye-opening in some areas. It showed that in some areas we were actually doing really well, especially in those high turnover areas. In the maintenance area, we're above market in some of those areas. That's kind of the struggle because even though you're set the market in areas you struggle in, you still struggle because it's just a tough position to fill. But overall, we feel good about where we're at. And in this budget, so when we look at the wages and benefits, we're proposing a increase of approximately 3.6% in our wages, payroll, taxes, and retirement. And that's approximately $598,000. So when we break that down, every year we have a wage increase year over year, budget to budget, simply because of the prior year wage increase, because we're a fiscal year in June 30. So we're automatically going to have an increase year over year simply just because we put a wage increase in January of the prior year. So that's approximately $188,000 of the $598,000. We've got our merit increase. So every year we have an evaluation process that we go through, and through that evaluation process, we create our merit increases. And we're allocating 3% for that this year. Last year it was 4%. The prior year, I think it was 3.5%. The prior year it was 4%. So we're allocating 3% increase to address all of the merit increases. And that's approximately $139,000 in the budget. We have a 50-cent increase for earmarked for minimum wage employees. And again, these will take effect January 2027. So the merit increase and the minimum wage increase. So the minimum wage increase, we're anticipating approximately 50 cents, and that's approximately 43,000. And finally, the 6 additional FTEs in the budget is approximately 209,000 for those 6 FTEs. Year over year increase. So looking at workers' comp insurance, we did a workers' comp presentation, and we got some actually very favorable news. Year over year. However, when wages go up, the workers' comp is a rate on those wages. So even though we had a decrease in our EMOD, which created approximately a $40,000 savings for us, we're still going to that's still going to increase because the wages naturally go up, and it's a percentage of the wages. But we have an increase in that for approximately $19,000. And then finally, this year we had a 7% increase. 6.9% increase coming off a proposed 12%. And we did some restructuring in the plan and did some plan design changes. And we were able to get that down to 7%. So we budgeted a 7% increase in our health insurance. All right, so moving on to the other operating expenses. So these are non-payroll expenses. We're going to dig into some of these categories right now and talk about some of the swings that we've had year over year. So overall, a 2% increase in non-payroll related operating expenses. So non-payroll related operating expenses, a 2% increase in the budget. So in the repairs and maintenance category, one of our biggest categories, we have a $110,000 increase in outside R&M services. So what makes that up? So that spray tech position that we talked about earlier, we eliminated that position in the FTE. So on the payroll side, we eliminated that position. We bid that out, and we can accomplish that position for $44,000 in the budget. So when we compare that to the spray tech wages and benefits that we paid last year, it was approximately a $6,000 savings just on wages and benefits. Now you're also going to have chemicals and equipment savings because they're going to use their own chemicals and they're going to use their own equipment. So we'll be able to eliminate some things on the reserve study, equipment on the reserve study, as well as save on the chemical side. So that's an overall savings for the association, but it's creating a $44,000 increase in that line item, but decreasing another line by more. A $75,000 increase, one of our strategic priorities, is to provide a better experience to our golfers. And one of the biggest complaints that we get from our golfers, our members, staff as well, is that the cleanliness, especially during the busy season, November through April, at our patios and pro shops during the day. So the courses are very busy, and we ask our staff, our starters, and our pro shop people to man the bathrooms while they're doing their jobs. And sometimes it's so busy that you just can't do it, especially during the busy time of the year. So having a dedicated staff to do that during the busy time of year would provide that better experience to our golfers and our community. The best way, the most efficient way, the least risky way as well, is to subcontract those services out, because you're only looking for a window of time, 2 hours, a 2-hour window of time at each course during busy season. And it's a position that just would be impossible to man and keep filled. And as well, it'd be hard to just even hire that position. So we looked at, there's a company that we use right now at Grandview to help with those services. And so we asked them to give us a quote, and that would be approximately $75,000 to do that. That'd be November to May, be 2 hours a day, 7 days a week, in that thick of time, 9 to noon, basically, to get in there and really clean up the bathrooms and really do a good job in there to provide a better experience, as well as empty trash cans on the patio and keep the patio cleared as well. So that we put that in this budget. We have a $5,000 reduction in equipment. We feel like we'll be able to save in the maintenance and supplies, maintenance and equipment on our pin setters with the new pin setters coming in. So that's going to create a favorable variance in the sports pavilion. We have a $42,000 reduction in rolling stock. Todd talked about it earlier. Having that equipment replacement program really helps us on the operation side and on the maintenance side. And we anticipate a $42,000 reduction in that line item next year. We have a $7,000 reduction just in building repairs and maintenance. And when we say buildings, we mean structures. So there was a paint project that we had on a wall this year, and we don't have that. So that's going to create a $7,000 positive variance for us. There are parking lots and seal and stripe projects that we have to do that are coming up on our maintenance schedule. Rudy, you talked about how do we know when things are up and when they have to be done. We have schedules for all these things, not just for replacement, but also for maintenance. So those parking lots need to be resealed and striped for safety, as well as keeping the longevity of that asphalt. And there's $98,000 worth of parking and seal and stripes, 2 at R.H. Johnson, Stardust, Pebblebrook, Deer Valley, and Desert Trails. That's just one of those items that, it's on one year, it's off another one. And when it comes up, you have to do it. It's not tied to anything other than keeping the place looking nice. I mean, really, that's just one of those items. So $2,500 reduction in repairs and maintenance at the billiards. We spent $10,000 this year and a lot of in-house man hours, which are not included in that $10,000 number, but a lot of hours refurbishing not just the billiards room, but also Lizard Acres, some things we did in-house as well to keep costs down on the construction. But we feel like we'll be able to save $10,000 year over year, not having those expenses. However, there's 10 billiards tables that need to be refelted. Those are approximately $750 each, and so we're putting in the budget $7,500 to refelt some tables. Now, typically we were on a 5-table rotation refelting program, and Gary has really gotten in there and really communicated with the billiards people and the community, and we want to really keep that place looking nice, and it really requires a 10-table rotation at least, and so we're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that in this budget, and so we have an increase there for that. On the landscape maintenance category, this year we saved approximately $80,000 in our seed from what we budgeted. The seed prices came in much softer than what we were told last March, which created that savings, which is great. Now this year they're telling us there's going to be a 10 to 12 cent per pound increase in seed. So we're budgeting a 5% increase, and that's approximately $25,000 year over year. Of course, if it doesn't come in, hopefully that way, we'll be able to save that like we did this year. There's a $10,000 increase. The trees that we do, and the palm trees, the price for those is going up, and we have those outsourced. We do those outsourced, and that's creating an increase of $10,000 in maintenance area for trees. On the equipment category, I know Nick really loves this category. It's equipment, and it's one line item. But there is a distribution of that equipment departmentally, so some changes I want to call out departmentally on this line item. So there's a $47,000 increase in equipment. 33 of that is we're replacing 49 sets of golf club rentals at our 7 golf courses, and those were replaced. Those are from 2014. I think they're from 2014. They're very old, the clubs that are there. So when your family and people come in from out of town, they're going to have a nicer set of clubs to play with. But of course, we'll get 10 years out of those clubs. But having 7 courses, unfortunately, like $1 million equipment for 7 courses, it's not cheap to replace those. But $33,000 is causing an increase there. And then there's a $20,000 increase for bowling pins. We normally budget these every other year for bowling pins, and we're going to go with a synthetic bowling pin, which will get us another year. So we'll be able to replace them every 3 years once we get completely converted to the synthetic pins. They're a little more expensive, but the ROI on them is much better, being able to get another year out of them. So that's in the budget. And then there's obviously that's $53,000, so there was $6,000 in savings somewhere else. Taxes and insurance, we have a $52,000 increase for our property casualty insurance rates. This is honestly a complete wag right now. We'll see what happens. We're going through a renewal process right now for our property and casualty insurance. So hopefully that'll cover it. Hopefully it'll be less. We'll keep it posted. So on the interest and financial expense, this is a big mover. 300,000 savings in our credit card processing fees. This is actually tied to a strategic priority, and it's find new revenue streams. And this is really a cost avoidance because it happens directly at the on the processor level. But basically, we now, with the upgrade to the new portal that's coming in May, with the enhancements that have been made to the POS stations, we have the ability to ask the customer if they would continue to want to pay with a credit card, and if they do, there's going to be a processing fee for that. We also have the ability to, with the new portal, to give customers the ability to pay not only via ACH or e-check, but they also have the ability to charge their member, create a member credit or a, what did you call it earlier? A virtual gift card. So they'll be able to charge their account essentially, and they'll be able to do that via ACH as well. So we'll be able to create a cost avoidance for the association. And if the member and we're going to do this just on membership and golf carts. So all the transactions that happen within the membership department or transactions that happen on the portal, you'll have the ability to pay either any of those ways. You also have the ability to write a check. So to avoid that fee. But if you're gonna use a credit card, we're proposing a fee to do that, and that fee will offset the charge at the on the processing side, so reduce the bill. And we anticipate we have about $350,000 in our budget yearly budget for processing fees for membership, and we anticipate being able to save about $300,000. There's still some fees associated with ACHs and e-checks, and we also feel like we may be chasing down some bad checks, and there's going to be some inefficiencies as well, but we feel like that'll create at least a $300,000 savings in the budget. Moving on, so operating expenses. On the operating expenses side, and I'll reiterate the fact that there is an expense category detail attached to this budget with explanations on the changes in the various line items within that. I'm just going through these just to give some context to the budget. Another strategic priority we have is golf and community marketing. So one of the things we're seeing, one of the trends we're seeing is that our individual distinct community golfers are declining. And we have to address that. So one of our strategic priorities tied to that is how do we market and how do we get people in the community that currently live here and don't golf, how do we get them to golf, as well as how do we get people who are moving into the community, how do we get golfers to move into the community? So we increased our advertising and promotion budget by $40,000. There's some things we're going to do, for example, potential stay and play option, as well as some marketing at things like spring training games, things like that, to try and get people in the community to see us and know us and make sure they know the difference between Sun City and Sun City West. Because a lot of times people don't. They think we're Sun City, and we want to make sure that they understand the difference, that we're different. And so there's various things we're going to do, and I'm sure we'll be reporting on at different GM Ops meetings and maybe workshops to help facilitate that. But that takes a budget, and it takes doing things differently and doing things you've never done, and that creates an additional cost sometimes. But we know that'll pay off in the long run. So $40,000 increase for that. There's an $18,000 increase for security systems. There's 13 locations that we need to upgrade the security panels. We did 8 locations this year. There's 13 more that we need to get through and update those security panels. So that's a cost that we didn't have last year that we have this year. We have a $22,000 increase in service contracts. We anticipate the cost for those different services that we use, whether it be our ticketing system, whether it be our all the different systems, accounting system, ClubTrack, all the different software packages that we use here. We have annual increases that go in line with that. So we anticipate a $22,000 increase there. A $12,000 increase in printing expense. So we deliver our rec center news differently now, and there's also some things we need to do to help continue to facilitate that. That's an important marketing piece that we send out. It's what drives the most traffic to being able to keep our community informed. There's a lot of things tied to bylaws and policies that we also, boxes we check by using the Rec Center News and using that platform. So we want to continue to use that. We know that a large portion of our membership gets their information from the community via the Rec Center News. So there's some increases there's an increase there because of how we're going to change that process. There's a $9,000 increase in public relations. It's called public relations, but it's our electronic voting. So we want to make sure we budget an additional vote in case we have to go to a bylaw vote, in case, who knows, with master planning coming up, there may be a vote that need to go to the community, who knows? So we want to make sure we have funds available for that if that does happen. And finally, in the employee-related categories, $38,000 increase, professional development. $15,000 is being earmarked for leadership training. So, and $17,000 is being earmarked for various conferences and things. We want to send our management team and key employees to make sure we're up on industry standards. It's a great place to learn best practices. It's a great place to find new vendors. There's a lot of benefits to that. And in fact, one of our strategic priorities is to make sure we provide that training and leadership training to our staff. So we want to make sure we budget accordingly for that. There's also some various licensing and things that we want to do, especially with the expansion of the Lizard Acres Pub, and there's also some expansion in training at our golf courses for liquor handling and license training. Okay, so we go through this budget process and we talk about all the things that are changing in our expense structure, and some of those create reductions. Some of the reductions are just flat out, we did it this year, we're not going to do it that year, type of thing. But in terms of cost management and efficiencies, attached to this presentation is a list of cost saving measures that we employ at the association, and please take some time to go down through that. It's very enlightening. There's a lot of things that we do here. I mean, just overall price shopping and competitive bids. Policy says anything 5,000 or more, we have to get competitive bids, and then over 50,000, we get take seal bids and those types of things. But we're competitively shopping and bidding everything. We are. And we're always looking for ways to save money. We're always looking for ways to create efficiencies operationally and use our buying power. So that's one of the ways we do that. Our reserve study, it's top of the line. I talked to other communities. I just recently had a community reach out to me and ask me who we use for our reserve study, and we set the market when it comes to our reserve study, and that is the lifeblood of what we do here. It's how we measure a lot of things that we have, and it really helps us manage efficiently. Those schedules and things that we put together, maintenance schedules and all the things that we have tied to that, really help us be efficient and know when things need to be replaced. And so we that is one cost savings measure that is just invaluable to this community. And then our partnerships with various groups that help us, run our library, our special events, help us manage our common areas, keep the place looking nice. I mean, just those relationships that we have with Prides and Friends of the Library, and just the events people that help us manage that is invaluable as well. I mean, just hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of labor that we're able to collaborate with and save the association. So those are great partnerships. And just leveraging technology. We talked about the credit card processing fee, just the various things that we can do technology wise to help us save money. That's another area. And just in terms of our operating fund, being able to invest those funds in treasuries, short-term treasuries, and really have that money work for us while it's sitting in the bank, that also creates a couple $100,000 a year for us. So overall, just take some time to go through that list. It's very enlightening. All right. So how do we pay for all these things, right? So looking at our revenue structure, we're fortunate in that we've got golf courses and bowling alleys and special events and things like that allow us to raise funds to help pay for all these things. So looking at our membership dues, we're proposing a $22 increase in our membership dues. This is coming off last year, I believe it was a $28 increase, and I'll put a slide. You'll see a slide in here later on talking about historical dues, but and we're proposing a reserve fund allocation of 8%, and that'll return approximately 1.3 million to our reserve fund. Now, if you compare us to industry when it comes to HOAs, reserve fund allocation from member dues, industry standard is 15 to 40% of your dues go into your reserve account. We're fortunate. We have golf courses and we have things that drive revenue. We also have APF fees. So we're able to keep that percentage significantly below what industry average is when it comes to our member dues. So that helps us tremendously. We look at the surrounding communities, and if we look at, I put rooftops in here too, just to get some context as to how many rooftops were in each community. But our $620, you can see how we compare to the other communities. Ours is per member, so keep that in mind. And we average about 1.6 members per rooftop. So if you take that, the total rooftops, and divide it into our members, that tells you what the average per household or per rooftop is. And then our APF fees, we're proposing a $200 increase in APF fees, and you can see how we stack up with surrounding communities when it comes to asset preservation fees. Now, that asset preservation fee becomes even more important as you continue to make enhancements to the community, right? So we're talking about master planning, we're talking about these things. So the things that you all have paid for, you've lived here, if someone's gonna move into this community, they're gonna have to buy in, right? Because you all have paid for what's currently here. So asset preservation fees are very important. So if we just look at some, how have dues over time stacked up against the inflation rate? You can see the blue line is dues percent increases, okay? The yellow line is inflation rate. Consistently, and this is, if you could take this back to 2001, it'll tell you the same thing. Consistently, dues ticks up a little higher than inflation rate. And Mr. Bozak's in the crowd. We talked about this in a working group when Ms. Novello was the treasurer about dues and inflation rate. And this is information that we've presented before, but it's always nice to have. It's always nice to present it because you can see the trends, and what you're seeing is when we get out of alignment, we do this, one spikes up and one spikes down, and then one spikes back up and then one comes down. But we always end up at the same place, right? Historically. And we're on that trend. And this is just a window of time showing that. But if we look at the actual dues increases, so in 2005, we go back to 2005, there was a $27 dues increase. 2027, a $22 dues increase. Percentage-wise of the dues, 3.7. I don't know the percentage on 27, but I promise you it was higher than 3.7, right? Because it was $27 on a much lower dues rate. But you can look and see over time how the dues increases have kind of shook out over time. And again, I feel like we're on the same trend. You have a time where you need to raise funds, and I wasn't around in 2005. I imagine that the reserve fund was probably a little light back then. And I'm sure that they decided at that time that they needed to raise some more money, and then got a little comfortable to a point where we went down to zero a couple times, and then spiked back up. And I feel like we're on the right trend, or we're back on track. And I think moving forward, we've got a good strategy to keep that. Looking at the golf revenue, greens fees and golf carts, $280,000. We talked yesterday with the golf committee. They're always very engaged, and it's good, right, Rudy? They're always very engaged, and they always want to do what's right too. It's not like, oh, we want to protect us and we don't care about anyone else. No, they're really engaged, and they really want to make sure they're doing their part. But at the same time, when you put a dues increase for golfers, they pay the dues increase. when you put a golf increase in, they also pay the golf increase, and they pay it every time they go golf. So we have to be very strategic and very cognizant of the fact that every time you put an increase in, they're going to feel it. So we want to be fair, and golf is an amenity in the community. In this budget, though, golf is budgeted to be subsidized at approximately $770,000. Historically, I had a waterfall chart yesterday. I wish I would. I don't think I put it in here. I don't think I did, but it basically shows over time golf typically from back to 2014. I had it is anywhere from $1 million to $2 million a year gets subsidized. Yeah, is it in there? Oh, great. So anyway, but my point is we want to make sure golf does their part and the bowling center does their part. What we try and do is make sure we can cover those increased costs year over year with their rate increases. Because if you live in this community and you pay dues, you expect to have a really good rate for beer, golf, guests, bowling, all those amenities that you pay for that you pay additional for. We want to make sure we can provide those at a really reasonable cost. So in this budget, we have currently a $3 increase for non-member golf. It was discussed yesterday to take that $3 and create a separation between member, guest, and public. And those rounds split about evenly at about 30,000 rounds a year apiece. So we talked about putting the full amount of the increase just on the public. So holding the member guest flat and creating a public rate, which essentially would be a wash in this budget. I still got to work the numbers up on that, and we'll change accordingly. But a $3 increase overall, and then a $1 increase to our members. And this is just during our peak season, a time when our tee sheets are full. On the bowling side, bowling has really just taken shape to be this world class. I mean, not even just best in the state or best in the country. I mean, it's up there. So, but they've really been able to grow their business and grow their lineage. They went basically from 290,000 lines of bowling up to 317,000 last year. And they're doing great, and we've had barriers to sales in there between new bowling lanes, Lizard Acres pub remodel, the billiard center remodel. I mean, it's just one after another. And once we get these new pin setters in that are coming in late spring, they're going to hit the ground running in July, and they're really going to increase their bowling. We're excited to see what happens in there. So we feel like without all the closures and all the things that happened last year, we'll flat out be able to increase our bowling by 35,000 and increase lineage, and so we feel really good about that. On the food and beverage side, we sell 66,000 cans of beer in Lizard Acres, so we feel like we can increase sales. Just a flat out 10% increase in sales in Lizard Acres, just simply based on the trending that we're seeing now. I think even a 10% increase is probably a modest budget number, but we're seeing that all that right now. So we anticipate with Lizard Acres being fully open, we'll have an additional 36,000, and then we're gonna put in a 50-cent increase to help cover the additional operating costs in there for that extra staff that we put in the budget, as well as just to help pay for all the enhancements that were done in the pub itself. And we figure that'll generate an additional 69,000 for that. And that'll break them even year. Actually, they're scheduled to budgeted to make more, but that center returns a cash outflow, operational outflow of 150,000 to 200,000 a year. Which going back and looking back in time, that used to be subsidized to the tune of 100 to 150,000 a year. So it's completely swapped to a cash outflow now. So become a very popular space. And then again, we talked about the APF increase. We talked about the interest income from operating cash. We'll see what happens with interest rates. We put 129,000 in the budget for that. And then APF wise, approximately 6.2 million in APF fees at 1,100 transfers at 5,600. So operating budget summary. So we take all our cash outflow, all our cash inflows from operations, apply that to the expense, and then include our APFs, our reserve fund allocation, interest and dividends from our investment account. We anticipate approximately $8.3 million in cash inflows in this budget. Now we take that 8.3 million in inflows and some additional contributed capital. We anticipate having approximately we approximately have 11 million in the capital improvement budget right now as it stands. We anticipate drawing approximately 3 million from the reserve fund. Now, the good news is this year we anticipate putting in 4.4 million into the reserve fund. So we'll be able to cover that deficit from last year plus $1.4 million. So we're in pretty good shape in the budget in terms of our projected, and you can see here what our projected increase or decrease to the reserve fund is going to be modeled out for the next 5 years. So how do we know that that's healthy, or if we are healthy? We do a calculation called our fully funded balance percentage. So we take our projected reserve fund balance and divide that by our fully funded balance, which is the used portion of our assets. So think about it in terms of, if you have to think about it in terms of accounting speak, it's depreciation. But if you just think about it in terms of just regular speak, it's how much of that asset did you use? We anticipate being 48% this year, 46% in the budget, and even through Stardust and through Pebblebrook, we still anticipate being a 43% irrigation projects. We still anticipate being a 43% fully funded balance, and policy says we have to be at least 40. So when you look at the modeling and you look at that, that's very healthy, and this budget will get us there. So, operating budget presentation done.
Let's stop
You
there
didn't leave
and
yet,
take
so-
questions.
all right.
Sorry. No, we're going to run out of gas at some point, right? So if we keep going now, we will lose our train of thought. So I wanted to first start talking, hopefully directors, again, the floor is yours in terms of questions. I know each of you has a few. I want to remind us that we do have time we have next week's meeting as well, where we can continue these discussions. But before we go into the future planning, let's talk about the fiscal year 27 proposal. Who would like to start with any questions for Cliff on next year's proposal? Director Turner, why don't you start?
Yeah, I have a few. I can do a couple now and maybe look up some others later.
Do a few now, and then we'll go to some of the other directors and come back to you. How's that?
Yeah, I just want to understand a little bit more about what's in the membership revenue number, because we're increasing the proposal is to increase the dues by 3.7%, but the membership revenue only goes up by 1% in total. So I'm just wondering what's the difference? What else is in there that's dragging that number down?
Good question. So when you're talking about member dues, because of how we bill our member dues, we only get a half a year essentially out of a dues increase for the first year. Now you do experience the dues increase for the prior year to help offset that. But so that's part of the calculation. The other part of the calculation is the reserve fund allocation. So last year in the budget we had 7.5% in the reserve fund allocation. This year we have 8% in the reserve fund allocation. So reserve fund allocation is essentially drawn up from the excess. But whatever excess is created in the budget, you create a percent that backs into what that excess is, and you allocate that from member dues to create the reserve fund allocation.
So the member dues, say, of the 3.7%, roughly half of that is not going to appear until the year after.
Correct.
But so the other 0.5% is because you're taking out of member dues the reserve fund allocation. Okay, so that's not showing as revenue in the membership revenue. It's just showing somewhere else.
Yeah, it's down the cap, so it gets moved out of the revenue, the membership revenue section, down to the capital section and reserve fund allocation. So,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
right there. Yep.
My other one, next question goes into that membership revenue in the different parts. What's the difference between membership revenue and recreation revenue?
Recreation revenue is rentals. It's like room rentals. I could get you the detail on
Yeah.
it, but yeah. It's room rentals and
Ticket sales, maybe?
Pay passes?
no, that's an event.
Guest fees?
Guest passes. Some of those other kind of recreation related.
Okay, yeah, because I know the special events for the ticket sales is a different
Yes,
line.
events is in special events. Yes.
Okay. The ancillary sports pavilion you have.
One more from you before we move to someone else. No, I'm serious. We
No,
just
no,
need to
it's
give
fine.
other people some time, so
Yeah.
please go.
Yeah, and I know in the sports pavilion, there's ancillary revenue.
Yes.
Noted there. What's in that item?
So in the sports pavilion, ancillary revenue would be the rental revenue, the commercial rental revenue that we receive from the bowling guy and the restaurant
Right.
is in there, as well as locker rentals and shoe rentals are
Okay.
in there.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Nick. Hold the rest of the questions for a moment. I believe Director Piaskowski had her hand up, so.
Okay, so going back to FTE changes, I'm kind of curious. So pickleball is not monitoring over at Palm Ridge, is that the deal? Did we decide on that? I don't remember.
Yeah,
We
I'm
built
not
that
sure what
little hut for
the,
them and-
I know we're monitoring, so I don't
We were
know
just
if they are
monitoring.
monitoring or
Okay.
not. I'm not sure.
Okay,
It's a little bit of both. As I recall the conversation, during club time, the club monitors, and then the rest of the time, we have some employees
Okay.
there, I believe.
so, and then the bowling center. So yesterday I learned that we took on 4 house leagues because 4 leagues that came to Gary, that were just regular leagues, came to Gary and said, hey, we don't have a secretary, so, you know. So what happened is Gary took on those house leagues, which is fine, except for I found out yesterday he's not charging those house leagues at all for the secretary duties. I think we need to really look at that because that is, now we have set precedents. We have 33 leagues there. And if all 33 leagues came and said, oh, we're not going to be having a secretary, then House League is going to, House is going to do it. We're going to need 3 more FTEs. I mean, so it's something that it's another revenue generation. I mean, and from talking to my sports pavilion people that are on bowling leagues, they pay their secretary anywhere from $600 to $1,000, depending upon the number of people on the league season. So we took 4 leagues on with no charge from them. I have a little bit of a problem with that.
Not charging the others.
They don't have to get charged because they have secretaries.
Dig any of the other in-house leagues.
So they
Yeah.
do all their.
So
they
it's
do their
something that
own,
we need
yeah.
to really look at because yesterday we also had a resident that typed in that all your golf leagues have secretaries that take care of golf stuff. And what happens if they all of a sudden say, oh, we don't want to do this? Is golf ops going to do that because we don't want to lose the, golf revenue? I mean, and that was Gary's position yesterday. I didn't want to lose the golf revenue. I mean, the league revenue, okay, which I totally get, except for that league was already paying their secretary something. We need to look at that. That's just, and it could just be.
So Stephen or Cliff, will you be able to get back to us by next week's?
You would have to, there's a lot of research
Yeah,
that
there's
needs to
a-
be
I mean,
done on this.
we're
I mean,
gonna have-
I don't know that this is a budget mover for us and something that we need to decide before the budget, to be honest. I'm not saying that we can't do it,
Right.
but it would really take some research instead of, because we heard from the room. We need to hear from the league bowlers and all of that, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just something that we need to look at because I don't
Yeah.
want us to end up having to hire more sports path people to do leagues because we all know that the new generation, they might not want to really volunteer. Okay, that's one. And then we are hiring a PR person. Can you, I know you went through what they're going to do. I'm having a little bit of a heartburn for us to go through $12,000 for mailing of the rec news. Our last GM ops meeting, Katie told us how involved our residents are on the web. And all of our surrounding communities, they don't send anything out. They have every member pick their piece of, if they want a magazine from the Grand, you have to pick it up, okay? So that's something that we really need to look at because that's $12,000 in mailing. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's not a lot of money with 31 million, but we just have to have them at the golf courses and at the rec centers. Portobello, they don't even put theirs out. It's all on web.
Talk about, there are some notifications per policy that we have to do. And we're able to check that box by using Rec Center News, but I'll let Katie talk about it.
Yeah, so we are actually over budget on Rec Center News this year because of the changes that Independent has already made, going from, they used to have drivers literally throw the paper. And so we had reformatted it originally to go through USPS because they were moving in that direction. So they cover that and they offset the cost by selling ads, but their cost to us increased. So we're probably going to be over budget. So some of that increase for next year is to just accommodate what we're currently doing. But it gives us options to then go like full glossy magazine style. So the printing costs would go up as well as cover that USPS cost. We do know that the Rec Center News is the #1 place where people get news. So to stop home delivery of it in any capacity would be a little worrisome.
But you just told us in our GM opposite, our people, our residents are very tech savvy and that most of those rec news got hits all the time. So I'm just kind of, we can't have it both ways. We can't have tech savvy people and not, and then we still have to deliver the paper, or we have deliver the paper. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. If we
Right.
are going to go more tech, we need to start getting our residents to become more techy, and then allow them to pick up the rec news.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
wherever
so that-
we want to do.
This simple, in my mind, one reason that we need to continue home delivery is the state law says we have to do a direct mail to everybody to notify them about the election, about the annual meeting. If there's a recall, that's another direct mail. So literally, like, we can cover that through first-class mailing, or cover it with this Rec Center News because it does go to everybody. We, like Cliff said, check that box. And I don't know what the cost was. I think it was $9,000 or something. So twice a year, there's $18,000, which you're now just going to put into a postcard to meet that state requirement that you're having an annual meeting. We get the benefit of having the entire Rec Center News and everything else. And I followed up on a question from a previous meeting. About 25% of our residents do not participate in anything. They don't go to the golf courses. They don't go to the rec centers. They wouldn't know about the budget meetings. They wouldn't know about the budget. They wouldn't know about the annual meeting. So certainly we can do that. But
And do you know how many rec news we get rid of at our rec centers? Because I know we deliver it all to our people, but then we also produce a lot of extra ones that go to all our rec centers and all our golf courses. Maybe that's something that we need to cut because they have already, if they've already received it in their mail, I'm just looking to cut budget in a
Yeah.
little bit, right? And if we can cut
100%,
little
yeah.
bit, little bit, little bit, it becomes bigger. So if we can say, okay, each rec center is going to get only 1,000 copies, because those people, the people that are picking up those are out of towners or guests of our residents, right? Residents don't really pick up if they're going to get it in their mail. I would be hard pressed. So we need to start looking at how many copies we literally throw out, because that would also then defray a cost to the independent, where we can say, okay, we only need 28,000 to go to all the members. We don't need another 10,000 to be at the rec centers. So that's just.
Yeah,
So
and
I want Stephen's been trying to jump in. I'm sorry, Katie, I'm gonna let him jump in first.
Yeah, and just all I wanted to point out was, so you're right that we do we found through our survey that our members are very tech savvy. But the interesting dichotomy that we also discovered is that the majority, as Katie pointed out, receive and use the rec center printed news as their source. So it's interesting. So I don't disagree. Listen, I'm all about saving and being good stewards of member dues. However, I just don't think in at least this year's budget, we can make that swap and get rid of it completely. I think this is something we're going to have to do at least for some period of time, and then maybe we start moving towards some other type of situation. But to Katie's point, we're still going to have to we still have a state statute. It's not even just a policy. It's a state statute requirement for notifications.
Yeah.
So just one more question. That glossy, is the independent going to be printing that, or do we go out to another vendor? How's that going to work?
We haven't gotten that for you.
Yeah, we would take that out to bid. So the unique thing with the independent is because they were doing that home delivery and they could offset the cost with the ads, it kept our costs way, way down. I do know the Grand does a glossy magazine, and I'll take your word for it that they're not home delivered. I don't know, but it's the printing that's the expense. It's huge to do a printing like that. Inserting it through the independent and having a partner like that makes it really cheap. But one of the things with that new PR position is if we do go down that road with another vendor, we have the opportunity to sell some house ads. So we wouldn't have a full ad department, but if charter clubs wanted ads, if the nonprofits wanted ad, even if a business wanted an ad, we could take that ad, we could build it in-house, we could offset our own costs and have some revenue generation there that we don't currently have. Back to the extra copies, we did look at that when we changed to the USPS with the independent, got it down to very, very few copies. Most months we throw out nothing. Every once in a while there's a fluke, but usually they're asking for them, they want them, and they run out. The other thing to remember is the website is not directing to someone. It doesn't show up on their doorstep. Oh, cool, the new rec center news is out, what's on sale? Those guys get slammed the day it comes out. You have to think, oh, I should go on the website and go look up the rec news and see what's in there. So even if 100% of our people love the website, never use printed publication, it's still that putting it in their face, here you go, here's the newest rec center news that drives a lot of our sales.
So
I do have a sample for all the governing board of the Grand magazine, so they can kind of see what maybe you're looking to do. So I'll give that to you guys after the meeting.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, if you had any other questions, we'll do the same. Like, we'll just pause for a moment and give some other directors an opportunity if there are any questions.
I don't think there was one
Well,
specifically
the
on
PR, I mean, the deal is that you have to have the PR because you're going to do the magazine. And so she just said that the PR person's going to probably, well,
Okay.
they're going to sell revenue, right?
Okay.
They're going to,
That-
but
that's
the
a
deal is
tiny
this too,
part.
just so you know. I mean, and I'm not, when I lived at Portobello, we had a magazine, and we had a resident sell for us the ads, right? So there's avenue that you could maybe cut down on that position might be able to say, okay, you don't really have to sell ads. We're going to get, I mean, my husband can sell ice to an Eskimo, okay? So all I'm saying is that if you could get a resident to sell ads and say, hey, every ad you come in, you'll get a commission on it or something, we could work something like that. They get a $9.90 for them and call it good. And then your PR person can be more in tune to what that magazine really should look like.
So, yeah, just be crystal clear, the ad sales would be a minuscule part of that position, and it
Right.
would be a year from now. So that's not the reason we're getting the position, but it would be something we could do. That position is to allow us to, like Cliff said, go out and get events as they're happening. Right now, we can't go out and about. We have time to preview it, let people know it's coming up, but we just don't have the manpower to get out there, get photos, have daily social media posts of, hey, come live in Sun City West, this place is awesome. work on the new golf marketing, all those strategic plan items that we've talked about. And then most important to me is the community engagement, getting out with you guys, with the residents, more opportunity to get them involved and do special events, collaborate with the different departments and take their events to a new tier because they've got PR working directly with them. We just don't have the manpower for that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, you had a question for Jolene?
Yeah, I was wondering if you knew offhand what the membership dues are at Cortabella, because I just double checked, we didn't have it.
But they don't have, they're $2,700 a year, but they don't even publish their magazine. It's all online. So, and I would imagine it's.
They used to.
They used to, and they stopped that probably about 4 or 5 years ago. So, you know, it's just something that we need to start directing our people to do that. I mean, go online, that kind of thing. And maybe the other thing is it's a possibility that you can save money in other places, especially for mailing, like our dues, our membership dues that we get. I get 2 envelopes with Jolene and Joel's name on it for printing and everything else. We talked about this several years ago. But that should be able to go on the portal, that we can opt out of that. Am I correct? Are we going to work on that?
So that's one thing we're definitely going to look at moving
Okay.
towards. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a huge savings.
So we can, we're going to put a pause for a
Yep.
moment. Thank you. Always a wealth of ideas, but I just want to make sure that, because we're all fading fast here, I want to open the floor up to other directors if they have questions on the operating budget that's been put before us too. Wow. I know you do. I just wanted to make sure. So we'll go back to you, Director Turner. And remember, we're, Cliff, maybe a quarter of the way through the presentation? Something like that. But anyway,
Master plan to talk
that's
about,
okay.
yeah.
Well, we're obviously, we're going to have to defer some discussion to next week, but please continue, Director Turner.
Yeah, my questions are not about the amounts, but more about what the content of certain line items is, and some whys. The next one is actually on special events and the sports pavilion.
Yeah.
The revenue is a negative amount. I don't know why we have negative revenue.
Yeah, because what we do is with our events, we book those in the revenue section of the financial statement. So, for example, when we have an event at the park that Special Events is putting on, we have ticket sales. And so we collect that revenue, we apply the hard costs to that and report that as gross, basically gross minus hard costs. In the sports pavilion, we pay for entertainment in the sports pavilion, but we don't charge for it. So it ends up as a negative revenue because we're not charging for those events at the sports pavilion. So it's just it's a reporting thing. It's not. It's just because that's where we code it, and there's no revenue offset up there.
Yeah, Director Turner, may I ask, I don't know if this is too much, we'll keep going, but would it be possible for you to scribe up the rest of your questions?
Yeah, I could write. Yeah, I've got them here. I can cut and paste.
Yeah, and send, and that way I can consolidate those questions. We'll report those back out, much in the way that Budget and Finance did as well. Would that work for you?
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Yeah, and that way we can all see the answers, and so will the residents, but we can, if you said it's about content, not about necessarily the numbers at this point. It's
Yeah, there's
up
a
to you.
couple about the numbers, but most of it's just the content.
Okay.
Just answering questions like that.
And we can do the same for all the directors, actually. Again, it was an excellent idea that I'm completely stealing and co-opting from Director Becknell. No, it was a good one that will help us get the questions out. We'll report them out to everyone in our next meeting.
Actually, those are attached to this
They are,
presentation.
but this would be...
as Mr. Chatton would tell you.
Yes. But we can have another set of those from the governing board that I'm sure won't be there in addition to those, so.
Yeah, when will we need them to be submitted?
In order to give Cliff the time to respond, you already have them, so by Monday, right?
Okay.
And I know Director Piaskowski, you have some more questions as well, so I'm going to turn it back to you.
I'm just
Same
kinda-
same thing there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, the APFs, How many houses did we sell last year? Do you know?
1146.
Oh, we met the 11.
Yeah, oh yeah,
11
we're,
marker
yes.
last year. Are we on target for this year?
Yes. A little bit, but we're 20 behind through January. But
Okay,
yes,
'cause
I
it's
believe we're on
slow
target.
moving out there for people. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yep. As far as I know.
Yeah, just to sort of build on that, directors, it's in what's called the budget packet attachment. A key page for you to look at is page 3. It's all the assumptions that drove this. So a lot of it are fees, and again, our golf committee and our sports pavilion committee are going to be working and recommending on fees. But you can look at what was the number, because to Director Piaskowski's point, we're budgeting the same volume going into next year. So just take a look at those assumptions, because those are critical drivers. So go ahead, Director Piaskowski. I know I have one question that if it's not short, you can defer, but this one I believe would be more for Stephen, but for either of you. When you're looking at adding headcount, right, and so forth, in some cases you're looking at outsourcing the role, and in some cases we're looking at creating a new role. When we're looking at creating a new role, we have a lot more that goes into that, of course, right? We're going to be all sorts of things that go into hiring an employee and having that long term. So in general, did you do that kind of analysis, and how did you arrive that we needed to add headcount for something like the PR person and so forth?
Yeah, so as we're developing the budget, I meet with each one of Cliff and I and Terry, meet with each one of the managers to discuss their needs. And those, as far as staffing and otherwise, but when it comes to staffing, that's absolutely the questions that are asked are, which is how we got to the one for Todd, is could we outsource? And is there opportunity for there, and is it cheaper? And so anytime we're adding a position, we're looking at those opportunities of how do we do it? Does it make sense? Can't we do it with current staff? I mean, I ask a lot of hard questions. It's not an automatic, okay, because you want it, you get it. Obviously, the other drivers is, so for example, on the what do we call them, the PR person? Content. Media person, whatever it is, a content creator. I know we're still working on the title, I think. But anyway, that position, a lot of the discussion came around, and really with all these things is what's top of mind for me when folks are asking for funding or for people, and even if they're not asking for it, sometimes I'll ask them, why don't you have funding in here for this item? Is I'm always keenly aware of the strategic priorities, the strategic plan. So what is the governing board tasked me with accomplishing, and what do I have to do? What do I need in the budget in order to accomplish those tasks? Because if you guys ask for something, and in order to accomplish it, I have to have the resources to do that. So as we looked at, that's what we pointed out, and that's the primary reason for that position, was those strategic plan items. If you look at all the things that have fallen into Katie's area as the General Services Officer, her and her team right now are at capacity, and frankly, oftentimes over capacity. So in order to accomplish those things that you all have asked for, and it's a little bit nebulous in the sense of, okay, community engagement, there's a lot of things that go along with that. But yes, I mean, we look at ways, and that's why even talking about with Kyle when he was talking about when it comes to redoing the website, we're looking at, there's funding in there, but some of it, and most of it we believe we can do in-house, but are there opportunities to outsource? Would it be better or cheaper or faster to do it somebody on the outside? So a lot of consideration goes into that, absolutely. I'm not sure that answers your question, but.
Tactically, there's also a draft job description, a market analysis on the position that's done, and I have a 4-page slide presentation from Miss O'Grady that she sent me of all the things detailed that this person would be doing. And so, yeah, there's a lot of thought and energy put into the budget as well.
No, and I didn't, since we were talking about that one position, I'm not only picking on that one, but we're on the brand new, when we're adding new employees for new functions, like we were talking about earlier, just wanted an assurance that there's some discussion and analysis made to can we outsource that position effectively, and that you can speak to that for us should we ask those questions. So that's great to know that you've done the analysis. We can ask those questions. What I'm going to propose, directors, there's another question. Okay, what I'm going to propose, directors, is that we, again, in the interest of time and focus, that we hear the rest of the presentation, which goes on from funding for just operations as we have it, into the more strategic portions. We need to hear that piece so that we can also then do a similar sort of item where you would, and we want to ensure that the analysis and the scenarios that Cliff has built satisfy, will enable us to make the decisions that we need to make. So it'll be a similar sort of thing where I'm going to ask you, of course, we'll take a few questions here. I'm going to ask you to funnel some of those questions or ideas to me by Monday so that we can pass those on and have answers come back to us at next Thursday's meeting. If that's, I don't know if that's what you were going to propose, but that was what I was going to propose, moving on in that direction. If not, then please go ahead.
No, what I was going to propose is, based on what you just said, because I was actually going to ask a question, but I think
Please.
what you're proposing makes more sense for time, because I'm looking at that clock and I'm saying in about 4 hours will be dinner. So what I would
Yeah.
suggest is that we do.
And I want us all to be able to focus after, this is a very, and we knew that it was a lengthy meeting, a lot of numbers, a lot of analysis. So if it's,
So I think what we ought to do is each of us who has a question that hasn't been asked, let's submit it.
yeah, and I
for
will
Monday?
consolidate those and send them out to everyone. We'll publish them in, next week as well, just as we did with budget and finance, so that there's transparency to our residents. But yes, just send it only to me, not to the entire board, just to save a little bit of energy and time. So please do that on all the items related to the budget. So with that, Cliff, why don't you please take us into the scenarios for funding the master plan? And I do hope that we've seen some of this, but still.
Okay, great. So this is the exciting part of the program. So hopefully it's lively. No, really. I mean, it's about, planning for the future and, tied, of course, to the master plan that we're going through right now. And it's really exciting, just to kind of think about the future and think about the things that are on the horizon with the master plan. That said, we don't know specifically or exactly what those are. We're in the information gathering stage right now, probably, I don't know, 3/4 of the way through the information gathering stage. Then there's going to be a stage that basically where we assess all of that data, and we also assessing all of our facilities and all of our spaces. And then, there's going to be some recommendations and drawings and sketches and cost numbers and everything applied to all the data that was gathered from here and all of the outside data that's being brought in. So it's really exciting, and we don't really know exactly what's going to come out of it. However, we do know that we have some needs in our community, just that we've even heard over the last few years. And so we know that, if we don't just want to have a $279,000 document sit on a shelf, we know that we're going to have to execute that plan in some fashion. And we know that that's going to be something that is outside of what we're currently doing for the most part. So how do we fund that? So we wanted to talk about how we fund some potential things that may come up. It's all kind of, the only thing that we do know is that we're going to need additional funds to fund it, is basically what I'm trying to say. So how would we do that? So I put together some modeling just to kind of show if we were to need a certain amount of funds, how would we get there, and what does that look like in our modeling in our reserve fund? Because all capital projects are funded from the reserve fund. So taking a look at that, and the model that I showed you earlier, if you take that model, you'll see that within that model, there's actually, if you look at some of the spaces that have been tied to master plan areas. Now, again, these haven't come out of the study. These are just areas that we've talked about that could be tied. These are spaces that could be tied to master plan. So some of our older spaces that are really in need of some repairs, we're getting by, Rudy, on with the ceiling and the social hall, or we're getting by with the old shelving in the library. We're not really getting by at Coos Courts. I guess that wouldn't be one. That one's kind of locked up. But there's some really old spaces that we're kind of getting by. We know we have to renovate those. But we looked at those spaces specifically, and then we pulled, we went and dug into the reserve study to find out how many dollars do we have in those spaces that could actually be redirected into a master plan project in those spaces. So again, I want to be clear. These haven't come out of the study. These are just potential areas, okay? So those three spaces would be the Coons Tennis Courts, the social hall, and the library. There's $3.6 million in R&R in those areas over the next 5 years, okay? So that could be redirected and put towards some sort of reimagination or a master plan idea in those areas. So that's great news. In the model, down here in new capital projects, right down here in new capital projects, if I can get this clicker to work. I can't. But in new capital projects, that line item has $1.4 million a year starting in 27-28. If you include those funds, which we already model for new capital spend, that's another $5.6 million. Okay, so you've got 3.6 and 5.6. Now you're at 9.2 million already that we are essentially have built in our current modeling, which is kind of exciting. It's not a ton of money. I mean, it is compared to me, but in comparison to capital projects, it's not a ton of money. But there is current modeled funds in our current situation to the tune of 9.2 million if you look at those two spaces. That's pretty exciting. So in the current model, if you extend that, and these are attached to the backup, so you can see the attachments, and there's some highlights and things in there pointing to these things. But by 2040, in the current model, with no master plan funding, specifically tied to master plan, by 2040, our reserve fund balance is 47 million, approximately. Our fully funded balance is 74 million. And our FFB is anticipated to be about 64% in our current model by 2040. Now that's getting us through 2035, all the irrigation projects, all the way through our irrigation projects and everything. So there's some lean years in those years, but then after that, we're positive cash flow, really. Between our inflows and our outflows, we're positive cash flow by $1 million plus on average every year, which is exciting. So let's look at some master plan options. Again, I want to reiterate to the community, anybody watching this and record, this is just completely, I don't want to call it spitballing, but it's really, this is just, we're really looking at some things here, and none of this has been fully detailed in terms of we've decided on specific things, but this is just really just taking a look at it. So if we injected $6 million additional dollars for master planning over a 4-year period from 2028 to 2031, what would that do to our current model? So, well, what that would do is it would have an impact on our model by 2029, which is the year that we have budgeted for Pebblebrook. We would go down to 39%, and then I believe it was by 2031 we'd be at 32%. FFB, which would drop us below our 40% threshold. So, so if we needed to fund that additional dollars, how much of it would we need to fund to keep our FFB at 40%? The short answer is that we'd need to fund an additional 4.2 million. So we wouldn't need the whole 6 million because we could cover those additional funds by our current reserve balance and keep us at 40%. So if we needed to raise that additional capital, how would we do it? Well, we're fortunate that we live in a 17,500 rooftop community with 27,000 plus members. And so we have a $32 million reserve fund. So we could use that reserve fund and phase this in over time to have much less of an impact rather than having to go for a special assessment to our community right away. It would also give us the flexibility to continue to monitor and watch as we go through this process. Maybe we have a really good year in the reserve fund and reserve fund investments. Maybe APFs ring the bell and we have a real estate boom and we raise an additional, but it gives us the time to evaluate this. But if we were going to model it, one option that we could have is do a separate, so in addition to the yearly increases, okay, so that the model holds with the yearly increases, but we do a one-time increase of $20 in this budget and carry that to 2031. Now, if we carried that to 2031, we'd raise an additional $2.5 million in member dues. If we did an additional $300 to the current proposed increase in APFs and carried that to 2031, that would raise an additional $1.7 million. So that would raise $4.2 million additional funds. And in the modeling, I've proposed then in 2032, we would have our normal increase in dues and APFs, but we would apply that $300 and apply that $20 to that increase. So essentially reducing that increase in 2032 to get us back on our normal track of dues and APFs. And if we take all of that into account, and then I've also taken into account, and you could see it on the actual modeling, I put the additional fully funded balance impact of all that new capital spend is also modeled out in there. And if you really want to dig into that, it's kind of a lot of fun if you want to do that, if you're into that sort of thing. Like, you can go look and see what that does. But that's also modeled in there. So I tried to take the best approach that I could. So, but it keeps the FFB at 40% through all those lean years that I talked about earlier, 2029 and 2032. And in fact, even still by 2040, it keeps you on pace for that 64%. It's 63%, but it keeps you on track for all that. So that's an option that we can do if we added an additional $6 million. Nice, $6 million, $9.2 million. That's $15.8 million. Yeah, well, that might quite not be right. That number didn't sound right, but it's over 15 million. But the point is that's again. I mean, I think Sun City's planning on building a new rec center, and it's 30 plus million for a new rec center. They also have an $18 million irrigation project, by the way, and they've got 60 million in their reserve fund. So yeah, but the point is it's a significant chunk of money that you can really get excited about, and really for a minimal impact over time, over a 4 or 5 year period, you could raise that and really be sitting in good shape, and be able to take some wants and needs from the community that come out of the master plan. That's one way of raising it. If we took that additional, if we said, okay, well, let's keep the 6 million in. But these irrigation projects are really, they're really taking a strain on our fully funded balance percentage because they're really big cash outlays and we've got them scheduled to 2035. But if we kick those out and we said, okay, instead of doing those irrigation projects in 2-year increments, we're going to do them in 3-year increments. So instead of starting Pebblebrook in 2029, we started it in 2030 and then went to 2033. 2036, 2039. So we'll go out from 2035 to 2039. You could use the time value of that money in your reserve fund to help smooth out those big spending years and continue to collect those nice cash inflows throughout time to help us minimize the impact on the dues increase to our community, as well as an APF increase. Now, if we did that, I modeled out a $5 dues increase one time, again with the offset in 2032. I modeled out an additional $100 APF, again to reduce the 2032 proposed APF increase for the budget. If we did that, we could still hold the FFB at 40%. we would generate approximately 1.2 million in additional funds. So we could basically keep our fully funded balance at least 40%, pay for an additional 6 million, and pay for it and only have to raise 1.2 million if we did it that way. Now, again, I want to keep in mind, this is just a picture of what we think could happen. We'd have to reevaluate every year, but that's what the model is showing, and we can stay at 40%. Now, there's a downside to this. So we've got those irrigation projects, right? If we complete them by 2035, they're done in 2035. We're experiencing all the efficiencies from new irrigation projects operationally. We're saving on sprinkler heads. We're saving water. We're saving electricity. There's a lot of cost benefits to all of that. Now, the downside to not doing them is you don't get those efficiencies. You also add another 2.3 million in cost to those projects over time. Yeah, because you got the inflation on those projects in the reserve study. That adds an additional 2.3 million to the total cost of completing those irrigation projects, those last 4 irrigation projects. So that is something to consider. And so that would be, again, something to consider. But if you did that, your fully funded balance by 2040 would be approximately 46 million. Your reserve fund balance, your fully funded balance would be approximately 77 million. And your FFB percent would be 59% by 2040. So that's a summary of what the modeling that's attached to the budget presentation tells you. And happy to answer any questions, happy to sit down with anybody to go over those models specifically. But yeah.
Thank you, Cliff. And again, as you mentioned before you launched into this part, for anyone who's still with us and awake, but seriously, for anybody who's watching and going along, this mirrors what you've said to Budget and Finance. These are just scenarios to get us thinking. So as fiduciaries and as stewards of the community, we're paying a good chunk of change for a master plan that we intend to implement. So this sets us up to implement. So we just have to figure out now, these are just 2 scenarios. Cliff mentioned Budget and Finance actually discussed a little bit about this, and they're going to continue to discuss. There is also, I don't believe we've ever done one, but these are alternatives to doing a special assessment, right? That's the other option that would be available to the governing board, right? We all hate actually saying the phrase, but that is basically, these are ways for us to spread that out a little bit more, to take a little bit more time to see how other things unfold, because we're all very creative looking at ways to increase revenue. So there might be ways to, some of this model may change over time as well. So just wanted to remind us. And now what I had mentioned before, a little teaser, is that some key questions, of course, launch them in, but I'd like to have you email me your either ideas or things that you need to have Cliff answer in another go-round of walking us through that second half of the model as well. I'll consolidate those and send them out. I'll need those by Monday, so Cliff can be prepared to answer those at our Thursday meeting. Any key questions, though, here today based on what you've heard? Or, Ann, I know, excuse me, Director Becknell, you and your team, you and your committee are still working on some of the analysis as well. Is there anything that you wanted to add for the governing board at this point?
Well, the Budget and Finance Committee have looked at these numbers now a couple times, so I could recite Cliff's presentation almost by heart. But the reality is that nobody wants to kick the can down the road and expand out those irrigation projects to 2039, because you're going to add $2.5 million of cost for no real value when you're talking about $100 over 5 years, $20 at a time, affecting any one homeowner. So I think most everybody on the committee, if not all of them, were very much in favor of Plan A versus Plan B to keep us above board, keep everything on track, and allow us to fund the master plan as we see fit once those details become available and not push everything out ahead. So that's from Budget and Finance right now.
Thank you. And I know that you may still be doing some more analysis and discussion at your next meeting, so thanks for doing that. Any other key questions on this point for Cliff well, it's not morning, this afternoon today, before we turn it over to our I know we've got at least one resident who's been waiting for several hours to make a point, so I want to make sure we get to him. But just also, this is for the governing board. Any key questions and any questions about the homework between now and Monday? Okay. So thanks for that. Then any questions or comments on the budget first from our residents who are here, and thank you all for hanging with us. Any questions or comments from residents in general? I know that you've been patiently waiting. So, and we still don't have anything coming in online. I don't know if anybody's still awake. I hope so.
My name's Dennis Hansel, 111074. I first want to thank the governing board for your tireless work without compensation. And speaking of compensation, on February 2nd, the association's head of HR discussed a new salary schedule at the general manager's operation meeting, but she never showed the schedule to the individuals attending the meeting. The general manager indicated that he adopted the schedule and sent letters to the employees concerning the new schedule. Four board members I contacted after this meeting had not seen the revised schedule. At a separate workshop, a representative from Marsh McLennan discussed a $2.6 million benefits package for association employees for the upcoming year. The representative discussed health benefits but did not address other benefits such as the 401k program. My concern is whether the governing board approved the current wages and benefits for association employees. Association bylaw provision 7.3.1.2.1 requires that the Board of Governors approve wages and benefits for each year. Since wages and benefits represent 60% of all operating expenditures, it is particularly important for such approval to take place. The revised schedule for wages was based on a study that did not distinguish between individuals working at a for-profit and nonprofit entity. This is significant. The head of HR conducting the study examined her own position as well as the wages of individuals with whom she closely works. There is a real problem with studying the propriety of your own salary as well as the wages of your coworkers. In addition, the general manager stated that he will not allow anyone to review the data upon which the wage amounts were computed, so there can be no oversight as to how the scheduled amounts were determined. In essence, we have a situation where 60% of the association's operating expenses have been summarily impacted without review. If the general manager did not seek approval from the board for the wages and benefits that have been granted, the general manager has exceeded his authority. With this action, the general manager has not involved the people who employ him as mandated by the bylaws. When businesses choose to make more expenditures than they can afford, they go out of business. In the case of recreation centers.
Sorry, Director, just a moment. Can we allow him to continue? Thank you. You may finish.
In the case of the recreation centers of Sun City West, increased expenditures result in increased dues. And I do have a request to submit another document for the record that I've submitted to the president of the board to be cascaded to the rest of the board members, and it's an article that appeared in the Buzz About Town, and it's entitled, "Are Sun City West Administrative Employees Overpaid?"
And is this is something that you wrote yourself that you're submitting to us, just so we understand?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'll pass these out to the directors. Before we agree to admit it into the record, you can have a moment to read those. I want to remind everyone that questions in these meetings are directed to the chair, so I'm going to just make a quick, brief response. The governing board absolutely approved the wages and salaries and gross. That is what we do, right?
When did that occur, please?
That occurred last year coming into our budget, right? So we approved the entire wage and salary line item. That's how we work.
These
We
changes
have-
just occurred.
We approved them because it's for the fiscal year. So we approved the fiscal year budget in advance. We have two employees, excuse me. We review the salaries of our employee, the general manager, as well as our executive assistant. We empower our general manager to hire and employ all of these employees. We approved the budget line item in gross. That's my response to that. We've achieved, and we are following our bylaws. And so I just wanted to assure you and anybody listening, that's our position on that matter.
The change in the wages just occurred.
That's correct. It occurred during our fiscal
So,
year.
so essentially what you're saying is you approve it, whatever it's going to be.
We approved a wage compensation study. We approved a line item for wages and increases that we allowed, and we basically delegate to our general manager to perform that study. And please don't query, I'm just giving you one response, sir, okay? So we approved that, and that accomplishes our goal by the bylaws. That does accomplish it. We delegate all of this authority, including making those salary decisions on an individual employee basis, to our general manager. They work for him. We oversee the general manager.
That is 100% correct. So what you're saying is, in essence, at the beginning of the fiscal year, you approve the salaries.
We
And
approved-
whatever he wants to increase them to, you approve it post his.
No, sir. We entrust our general manager to do the right thing. We delegate that authority to the general manager. And that's how we've run. That's how we did this, accomplished this task.
Well, we also have an oversight responsibility.
Yes, we do. We have board level oversight, and that is what we do here, right? We don't, but board level oversight does not include individual wage assessments, not in the way that we run.
Well,
Okay.
we have a salary schedule that discusses positions, not people.
Yes, and we did see that. That was distributed at the general manager's operations meeting.
It was not distributed. It was mentioned. It was not distributed. Because I talked to 4 board members afterwards.
Hold on a moment. It was attached. Yes.
It
So
was
we-
attached, but it was not shown
It
to
was
to the individuals present at that meeting.
It's available to everybody in that way. So yes, it was available and discussed at that point. So thank you, Nick, for showing it, or for pointing that out. But yes, it was available to everyone. That's the same thing that we're doing in everything that we normally present in our governing board meetings as well. We don't distribute these documents to attendees. We post them online so that folks can see them. And that's what happened in this case.
And that's
I
how
think
I
your
found
your
them.
time is now up.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you. But before you, please don't sit down because you asked us to admit this. So I'll first ask our directors, have you had the chance to read the material that Mr. Hansel has distributed? Take the time you need, and then I'll ask for any objections to admit this into our meeting minutes. Effectively, what we're reading, directors, I'm sorry to interrupt your reading. This is a longer commentary made by a member, by an owner member. So If we do choose to admit this into the record, we're just acknowledging the comment. We're not agreeing or taking a position on it. I also wish to acknowledge to all of you for the record that Mr. Hansel and has emailed me and Stephen Erno several times on this point. So we're not unfamiliar with his concerns. Stephen has responded back to some directors in the similar way, and that the way that our compensation study was performed, unfortunately, by going to the level of detail that has been requested by Mr. Hansel and even by some directors, that would divulge personal information, including individual salaries, that we're not privy to. We're not entitled to that. So that is why the additional information was not made available. Other corporate records were made available to Mr. Hansel on request. This is the one point that was not. So that being said, I believe that we have at least a question from Director Forsey, but the question on the table for me is whether we agree to enter this into the meeting minutes as a comment. But Director Forsey, you had a question.
If we were to enter this into the meeting minutes as a comment, like you say, wouldn't it be appropriate to answer some of these statements versus just putting this in the minutes?
It's at my discretion to respond to any question or comment. So we could do that, but again, as I've mentioned, Mr. Hansel has made several requests to me and to Mr. Erno, and we've answered as many as we feel that we can without divulging any personal, without violating PII rules. So you're certainly entitled to that point. This a statement of this detail and nature would seem to beg some response, but this is the request I'm making of you. We would enter it without a response at this time. Or not. You can object. Do I hear any objections from, and you would need to state, I object, if you do.
Object if we want to put these in the minutes?
Object that you do not want to put them in the minutes.
You object.
If you object to including this in the minutes without response, this is what I'm asking.
Can I ask another question? Can it be made very clear that this document is who the author of the document is when it's attached to the minutes, and that this content is not necessarily supported by the governing board as a whole? Because there's an implication in here, like, does anyone see a problem with having an impacted employee conduct the study? There are some implications in here that I do not wish to be associated with in any way. So I want, if this is attached to our minutes, I want it clear that this is not an endorsement of, in any way, by the governing board.
I agree with that. And certainly it would be attributed to our resident because he's making the statement and he's asked us to include it in the minutes. Right? So I would concur that this does not imply endorsement. And again, my statement here to you all is that the association has provided all the information that we can vis-a-vis corporate records to Mr. Hansel, as we always do. And to us, to some board directors who have asked some similar questions. So are there any objections to to adding that particular statement? Yes, Director Forsey?
I guess my question is wouldn't it be more of a complete story if this were to be voted to be entered with also what the board and Stephen answers, kind of? Because I, like Nick, there's some things I don't want to be associated with.
We're not endorsing the statement. We could consider providing the same email responses that we provided to Mr. Hansel previously. We could, I'll look to our parliamentarian in terms of the right terminology. Could we, I'm not in a position to write or make that a detailed response at this point. Do we have the opportunity to enter such a response after the fact, or must we do it now? I can show you if you need.
You know what your response is, and you've explained.
To part of the questions, we have provided some of the responses to Mr. Hansel previously. Some of the statements that are here are, go in a little bit more detail. So we could, one of the, Director Becknell, is there anything that we need to, am I misstating anything? I just wanted to make sure I'm listening to you. But anyway, so the question on the table is providing a response to this. I don't have the opportunity to make a detailed response at this moment. Do we put the meeting in recess while I develop that response? Can I make a response after the fact?
Yeah, it'll be included in the minutes, and changes could be made to that response.
I see. So the parliamentarian advises that we can make changes to the minutes when you see them, when we go to approve these next time. So we can review that response together and analyze it then. Would that be a better solution, to have some form of a written response?
I would feel more comfortable with that versus sending it out part way and somebody not bothering to look the next time at the minutes.
I'd be comfortable with developing a response for the board to review. Does anybody object to that? So with that said, if I'm hearing everyone correctly, we will enter this into the meeting minutes along with a response that I will create on behalf of the board. The board will review that response when we review our minutes, and that's when it'll go into the record. Did I capture that correctly?
Are you going to send those to Mr. Hansel, your responses, just because?
It'll go into the meeting minutes,
Okay.
Director Piaskowski, and we'll make sure that I know that you watch everything we do, Mr. Hansel, but we'll make sure that you see that response.
Did you say you're entering it into the record?
That's the question I'm asking. I don't see any objections to that.
Okay.
We will enter this into the record along with our response. That the response will be included in the meeting minutes for this meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from our residents? Very well. I've mentioned that we did have a few agenda items on the agenda today. We will defer those to our meeting on March 19th. And with that, there are no further comments, or any comments from our general manager? Our next workshop meeting is on April the 10th, at which time we will be we'll be hearing all of our budget input from our various committees. And our next regular meeting is next Thursday, which is the 19th of March. We'll see you there. Thank you all. We adjourn at 1:13.